Ayo, good evening. Stream might be a little loud because I have to have the door open and the AC's running. So just to let you know, if that's what you're asking, or you struggle to hear, that's probably why, because the door's open. Ezra's in the room next door, and so that's why my door's open, is because I gotta hear him, but he's sleeping, so we're not moving him. He's not allowed sleeping today, but yeah, so good evening. I want to wear my headphones so I can hear my music, but at the same time, when I read with my headphones on, it doesn't go very well. So, okay. Tonight's stream, we're continuing off with, hi Moke. It is reading night, and then after reading, I'm probably gonna hop on and do some WoW stuff, but I'm gonna do it as a separate stream, so I'll log off, log back on, but it'll be fine. That's for a later issue. Right now, we're doing reading. Ezra's sleeping in the room next door, so at some point I might have to get up and grab him, and he'll be in here until Tate's done doing whatever he needs to do. The sea! Yes, Moke, you're right. Joke of the day. What's a pirate's favorite letter? You'd think it's the R, but really it's the C. Good job, Moke. I can kind of hear my music in the background. I got it playing through my headphones. Swear I've done this one. I probably have, but I don't remember. It's probably been a really, really, really long time. But this is a common one. So, like, it could be I've done it, and it could just be that we know it, so. Did you hear about the NE? Oh, the new pirate movie? Is it rated R? Yes. That's funny. I got it. Looks like I have to up the camera a bit. There you go. Oops. Oh no, did I mess up my keyboard? I did. Accidentally pushed my keyboard over with the mouse. No, it went back down. Not the mouse, with my book. Wait, that one's supposed to be down. Okay. Okay. City of Bones. That's the back. This is the front. City of Bones. We got all the way to chapter 15. And it's been, I think, like 2 or 3 weeks since I've done a reading stream. And so really gotta get back into the hang of it. I do not remember my voices. I remember that one voice, which is the southern voice that I did for Lucian, I think is his name. And then obviously I remember, why is this the only name I remember? I don't even remember the name of is it Claire? The name of the main character? The main character. The guy is Jace. Clary, there it is. I don't remember any of these chapters. I actually have them posted on YouTube, so, and I don't know, they might have expired in the VODs for Twitch, but they are posted on YouTube, trying to expand my horizons. So we got all the way up to chapter 15, and every time I stream and I do the reading, I always try to get 100 pages in, and I have been doing good with this. However, I've been doing good with it because no one's really in chat. So, like, I could get distracted. We'll see. But, reading stream. Oh, My throat does hurt, so there's a good chance I might end it early. You, I don't have the YouTube command link up because it's a new thing. Oh, goodness. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna do it now. I didn't have it up. Poof. That's okay. I think I have a command socials, but YouTube isn't on it. It's got Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, I think, if you do command social. Slacker. I can be a slacker. Okay. Chat commands. Custom commands. Okay, we're gonna do... I gotta pull up my YouTube. I don't have it, like, just saved somewhere. Because it's brand new. Ooh, yeah, that's not how you spell YouTube. Typing with the wrong hand. You don't have socials. That's fine. Isn't YouTube considered a social? Okay, mine. How do you share? Antisocial. Okay, so, I'll just copy that. And that works for me. Okay. Add new command. YouTube. Response type, say to everyone. I'm just gonna put the link. I'm not gonna put, like, a thing. Activate command. Woohoo! Okay. Yeah, socials has Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Ooh, and my personal one, which has expired. That's fine. This gaming with friends and Discord is as social as I get. I can see that. That's fine. That's still social. I'll work. You can work with that. Okay, I set it up. You can see if it'll go off now, but it's one epic jelly. It's not much different, so I'm really proud of myself with my game tag because, or like with my tag, because no one has it. Yay, there it goes. I think I actually have things I need to, like, clear on there. Manage videos. Do they all get... No, I think they're good. I think they all got put on. It's like a recent thing that I've been doing. Okay. Nice. I think I'm good. So we'll go ahead and start. I'll go ahead and start, I guess. And we'll see how far I get before I get distracted with my baby or with other things. So we'll see how this goes. So I think I need a little more. There, now you can see the book and my crazy hairstyle today. Okay, chapter 15, High and Dry. Wow, I don't know where I'm at right now. Where did we leave off? Okay. I'm about to read the last paragraph. I'm so lost. About to read the last paragraph of the last chapter. So the windows exploded inward in a shower of broken glass. She heard herself cry out, saw the vampires, barely an arm's length from her and Jace, whirl in astonishment, shock mingling with terror on their faces. Through the shattered windows came dozens of sleek shapes, 4-footed and low to the ground. Their coats scattered moonlight and broken bits of glass. Their eyes were blue fire, and from their coats came a combined low growl that sounded like the roiling crash of a waterfall. Wolves. Now this, said Jace, is a situation. Jelly Allison, I'm guessing. Yes, that's me, Jelly. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like saying my last name's fine, I guess. I don't know. I could just put my first name. I'd figure it out, but my socials say Jelly Allison as well after the one epic Jelly, so you Google me, shit don't show up, so probably outside of this, though. It might now with YouTube, actually. I bet. Oh. There's nothing under Allison. Except for maybe my new stuff, so. And I already made it public anyways. Okay. Chapter 15. High and Dry. The wolves crouched low and snarling, and the vampires looked stunned, backed away. Only Raphael held his ground. He still clutched his wounded arm, his shirt a smeared mess of blood and dirt. Los niños de la luna, he hissed. Los niños de la luna, he hissed. Even Clary, whose Spanish was also almost non-existent, knew what he had said. The moon's children, werewolves. I thought they hated each other, she whispered to Jace. Vampires and werewolves? They do. They never come to each other's lairs. Never. The Covenant forbids it. He sounded almost indignant. Something must have happened. This is bad. Very bad. How can it be worse than it was before? Because, he said, we're about to be in the middle of a war. How dare you enter our place, Raphael screamed. His face was scarlet, suffused with blood. LOL, common enough name. Should be okay. It's not common. Allison is a common one. Jelly, not so much, because it's still available, like, everywhere. Sorry. The largest of the wolves, a brindled gray monster with teeth like a shark's, gave a panting dog-like chuckle. As he moved forward between one step and the next, he seemed to shift and change like a wave rising and curling. Now he was a tall, heavily muscled man with long hair that hung in gray, rope-like tangles. He wore jeans and a thick leather jacket, and there was still something wolfish in the cast of his weathered face. We didn't come for blooding, he said. We came for the girl. Raphael managed to look furious and astonished at once. Who? The human girl. The werewolf flung out a stiff arm, pointing at Clary. She was too shocked to move. Simon, who had been squirming in her grasp, went still. Behind her, Jace muttered something that sounded distinctly blasphemous. You didn't tell me you knew any werewolves. She could hear the slight catch under his flat tone. He was as surprised as she was. I don't, she said. This is bad, said Jace. You said that before. It seemed worth repeating. Well, I wasn't. This is so snarky. Clary shrank back against him. Jace, they're all looking at me. I can't help but laugh. I don't know why I'm such in a laughy mood. Like, she's not laughing when she says this. I don't know what I'm laughing at. Every face was turned to her. Most looked astonished. Raphael's eyes were narrowed. He turned back to the werewolf slowly. You can't have her, he said. She trespassed on our ground. Therefore she's ours. The werewolf laughed. I'm so glad that you said that, he said, and launched himself forward. In midair, his body rippled, and he was again a wolf, coat bristling, jaws gaping, ready to tear. He struck Raphael square in the chest, and the two went over in a writhing, snarling tangle. With answering howls of rage, the vampires charged the werewolves, who met them head-on in the center of the ballroom. The noise was like nothing Clary had ever heard. If Bosch's paintings of hell had come with a soundtrack, they would have sounded like this. Jace whistled. Raphael is having an exceptionally bad night. So what? Clary had no sympathy for the vampire. What are we going to do? He glanced around. They were pinned in a corner by the churning mass of bodies, though they were being ignored for now. It wouldn't be for long. Before Before Clary could voice this thought, Simon suddenly squirmed violently free of her grasp and leaped to the floor. "Simon!" she screamed as he dashed for the corner of a moldering pile of rotted velvet drapes. "Simon! Stop!" Jace's eyebrows made quizzical peaks. "What is he?" He grabbed her arm, jerked her back. "Clary, don't chase the rat. He's fleeing. That's what rats do." She shot him a furious look. "He's not a rat. He's Simon. And he bit Raphael for you, you ungrateful cretin." She yanked her arm free and dashed after Simon, who was crouched in the folds of the drapes, chittering excitedly and pawing at them. But latterly realizing that he was trying to tell her, she yanked the drapes aside. They were slimy with mold, but behind them was a door, she breathed. "You genius rat." Simon squeaked modestly as she snatched him up. Jace was right behind her. "A door, eh? Well, does it open?" She grabbed for the knob and turned to him, crestfallen. "It's locked. Or stuck." Jace threw himself against the door. It didn't budge. He cursed. "My shoulder will never be the same. I expect you to nurse me back to health." Snarky. "Just break the door down, will you?" He looked past her with wide eyes. "Clary." She turned. A huge wolf had broken away from the melee and was racing toward her, ears flattened to its narrow head. It was huge, gray-black and brindled, with a long, lolling red tongue. Clary screamed. Jace threw himself against the door again, still cursing. She reached for her belt, grabbing the dagger, and threw it. She'd never thrown a weapon before, never even thought of throwing one. The closest she'd come to weaponry before this week was drawing pictures of them. So Clary was more surprised than anyone else, she suspected, when the dagger flew, wobbly but true, and sank into the werewolf's side. It yelped, slowing, but 3 of its comrades were already racing toward them. One paused at the side of the wounded wolf, while the others charged for the door. Clary screamed again as Jace hurled his body against the door a 3rd time. It gave with an explosive shriek of grinding rust and tearing wood. 3 times the charm, he panted, holding his shoulder. He ducked into the dark space that gaped behind the broken door and turned to hold out an impatient hand. "Clary, come on." With a gasp, she darted after him and flung the door shut, just as 2 heavy bodies thudded against it. She fumbled for the bolt, but it was gone, torn away where Jace had broken through it. "Duck," he said, and as she did, the steel whipped over her head, slicing dark lines into the moldering wood of the door. She craned her neck to see what he'd carved, a curve like a sickle, 3 parallel lines, a rayed star, to hold against pursuit. "I lost your dagger," she confessed. "I'm sorry." "It happens." He pocketed the steel. She could hear the faint thuds as the wolves hurled themselves against the door again and again, but it held. "The rune will keep them back, but not for long. We'd better hurry." She looked up. They were in a dark passageway. A narrow set of stairs led up into darkness. The steps were wood, the banisters filmy with dust. Simon thrust his nose out of her jacket pocket, his black button eyes glittering in the dim light. "All right," she nodded at Jace. "You go first." Jace looked as if he wanted to grin, but was too tired. "You know how I like to be first. But slowly," he added. "I'm not sure the stairs can hold our weight." Clary wasn't sure either. The steps creaked and groaned as they ascended, like an old woman complaining about her aches and pains. Clary gripped the banister for balance, and a chunk of it snapped off in her hand, making her squeak and wringing an exhausted chuckle out of Jace. He took her hand. "Here. Steady." Simon made a sound that, for a rat, sounded a lot like a snort. Jace didn't seem to hear it. They were stumbling up the steps as rapidly as they dared. The flight rose in a high spiral up through the building. Excuse me, had a burp. They passed landing after landing, but no doors. They had reached the 4th featureless turn when a muffled explosion rocked the stairwell, and a cloud of dust billowed upward. "They've gotten past the door," Jace said grimly. "Damn. I thought it would hold for longer." "Do we run now?" Clary inquired. "Now we run," he said, and they thundered up the stairs, with shrieking and wailing under their weight. which shrieked and wailed under their weight, nails popping like gunfire. They were at the 5th landing now. She could hear the soft thud of the wolf's paws on the steps far below. Perhaps it was just her imagination. She knew there wasn't really hot breath on the back of her neck, but the snarls and howls, getting louder as they came closer, were real and terrifying. The 6th landing rose in front of them, and they half flung themselves onto it. Clary was gasping, her breath sawing painfully in her lungs, but she made it a weak cheer when she saw the door. It was heavy steel, riveted with nails, and propped open with a brick. She barely had time to wonder why when Jace kicked it open, pushed her through, and following, slammed it shut. She heard a definitive click as it locked behind them. Thank God, she thought. Then she turned around. The night sky wheeled above her, scattered with stars like a handful of loose diamonds. It was not black, but a clear dark blue, the color of oncoming dawn. They were standing on a bare slate roof, turreted with brick chimneys. An old water tower, black with neglect, stood on a raised platform at one end. A heavy tarpaulin concealed a lumpy pile of lumber on the other. This must be how they get in and out, Jace said, glancing back at the door. Clary could see him properly now in the pale light, the lines of strain around his eyes like shallow cuts. The blood on his clothes, mostly Raphael's, looked black. They fly up here. Not that that does us much good. There might be a fire escape, Clary suggested. Together they picked their way gingerly to the edge of the roof. Clary had never liked heights, and the 10th floor drop to the street made her stomach spin. So did the side of the fire escape, a twisted, unusable hunk of metal still clinging to the side of the hotel's stone facade. See, that's another word. Ooh, muse. You assume a pirate's favorite letter is R. You think it's the R, but actually, it's the C. Welcome in. I hope you like my joke of the day. I like that you started with that. Hello. We're reading City of Bones. Wow, I just blurred out my camera. We're reading City of Bones. We're on chapter 15. So, if I don't catch your comment fast enough, don't mind me. Okay. Or not, she said. She glanced back at the door they had emerged from. It was set into a cabin-like structure in the center of the roof. It was vibrating, the knob jerking wildly. It would only hold for a few more minutes, perhaps less. Jace pressed the back of his hands against his eyes. The leaden air bore down on them, making the back of Clary's neck prickle. She could see the sweat trickling into his collar. She wished, irreverently, that it would rain. Rain would burst this heat bubble like a prickled blister. Jace was muttering to himself. Think, Wayland, think. Something began to take the shape in the back of Clary's mind. A rune danced across the backs of her eyelids. 2 downward triangles, joined by a single bar. A rune, like a pair of wings. That's it, Jace breathed, dropping his hands, and for a startled moment Clary wondered if he had read her mind. He looked feverish, his gold-flecked eyes very bright. I can't believe I didn't think of it before. He dashed to the far end of the roof, then paused and looked back at her. She was still standing dazed, her thoughts full of glimmering shapes. Come on, Clary. Ooh, I too like to enter with an answer to the joke. Yes, it's only polite to respond to the question. Oh, I love it. Thanks. I like it because if people hop in and they don't mention it, I forget it. I'm like, oh yeah, I have a joke of the day, which I have every stream, every time, and yet I still forget that I have it sometimes. I'm like, at the end of the stream, after I'm loading it, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't think I said the joke of the day today. And then I have the mental debate of do I repeat it because no one heard it? And then I have to say no because that defeats the point of having a new joke every day. Sometimes if I do 2 streams in a day and no one was there to do the joke of the day for the first stream of the day, I'll keep it for the second part. But it's probably happened twice. Tired. She followed him, pushing thoughts of runes from her mind. He had reached the tarpaulin and was tugging at the edge of it. It's a tarp. It's a tarp. A tarpaulin? A tarpaulin? Is it not just called a tarp? Is it supposed to be a longer word? Is tarp an abbreviation? I'm really confused. He had reached the tarp and was tugging at the edge of it. It came away, revealing not junk but sparkling chrome, tooled leather, and gleaming paint. Motorcycles? Jace reached for the nearest one, an enormous dark red Harley with gold flames on the tank and fenders. He swung a leg over it and looked over his shoulder at her. Get on. Clary stared. Are you kidding? Do you even know how to drive that thing? Do you have keys? I don't need keys, he explained with infinite patience. It runs on demon energies. Now, are you going to get on, or do you want to ride your own? Numbly, Clary slid onto the bike behind him. Somewhere in some part of her brain, a tiny voice was screaming about what a bad idea this was. Good, Jace said. Now put your arms around me. She did, feeling the hard muscles of his abdomen contract as he leaned forward and jammed the point of his stele into the... That's another word. I don't know if it's steel or stele. I keep flipping. I can't spell it right, but I only know because of my job. TARP is short for... Yep, so it's Tarpaulin. But it is pronounced tarpaulin. Tarpaulin. Is it tarpaulin? Or, I see, tarpaulin? Never knew that. I read it, and I knew what it was talking about, but, like, in my head, I'm like... I didn't know it was a short. It's a tarp. Yep. Because of my job. Yeah, it's a tarp. Okay. As he leaned forward and jammed the point of the steel into the ignition. To her amazement, she felt the motorcycle thrum to life under her. In her pocket, Simon squealed loudly. Everything's okay, she said, as studently as she could. Jace, she shouted, over the sound of the motorcycle's engine. What are you doing? He yelled back something that sounded like pushing in the choke. Clary blinked. Well, hurry it up. The door, on cue. The roof door burst open with a crash, torn from its hinges. Wolves poured through the gap, racing across the roof straight at them. Above them flew the vampires, hissing and screeching, filling the night with predatory cries. She felt Jace's arm jerk back, and the motorcycle lurched forward, sending her stomach slamming into her spine. She clutched convulsively at Jace's belt as they shot forward, tires skidding along the slates, scattering the wolves, who yelped as they leapt aside. She heard Jace shout something, his words torn away by the noise of wheels and wind and engine. The edge of the roof was coming up fast, so fast, and Clary wanted to shut her eyes, but something held them wide open as the motorcycle hurled over the parapet and plummeted like a rock toward the ground, 10 stories down. ... It's a tarp. Enough said. Facts. Enough said. If Clary screamed, she didn't remember it later. It was like the first drop on a roller coaster where the track falls away and you feel yourself hurtling through space, your hands waving uselessly in the air and your stomach jammed up into your ears. When the cycle righted itself with a sputter and a jerk, she almost wasn't surprised. Instead of plunging downward, they were now hurtling up toward the diamond-littered sky. Clary glanced back and saw a cluster of vampires standing on the roof of the hotel, surrounded by wolves. She looked away. If she never saw the hotel again, it'd be too soon. Jace was yelling, loud, whooping shrieks of delight and relief. Clary leaned forward, her arms tight around him. My mother always told me if I rode a motorcycle with a boy, she'd kill me, she called over the noise of the wind whipping past her ears and the deafening rumble of the engine. She couldn't hear him laugh, but she felt his body shake. She wouldn't say that if she knew me, he called back to her confidently. I'm an excellent driver. Belatedly, Clary recollected something. I thought you guys said only some of the vampires' bikes could fly. Deftly, Jace steered them around a stoplight in the process of turning from red to green. Below, Clary could hear cars honking, ambulance sirens wailing, and buses puffing to their stops. but she didn't dare look down. Only some of them can. How did you know this was one of them? I didn't, he shouted gleefully, and did something that made the bike rise almost vertically into the air. Clary shrieked and grabbed for his belt again. You should look down, Jace shouted. It's awesome. Sheer curiosity forced its way past terror and vertigo. Swallowing hard, Clary opened her eyes. Lots of torso emphasis there on the last few pages. Right, yep. Grab this belt, felt his muscles contract. Yep, there's a little bit of romance in this book, just a bit. And just a bit. They were higher than she had realized, and for a moment the earth swung dizzily beneath her. A blurring landscape of shadow and light. They were flying east, away from the park, toward the highway that snaked along the right bank of the city. There was a numbness in Clary's hands, a hard pressure in her chest. It was lovely, she could see that. The city rising up beside her like a towering forest of silver and glass, the dull gray shimmer of the East River slicing between Manhattan and the boroughs like a scar. The wind was cool in her hair, on her skin, delicious after so many days of heat and stickiness. Still, she'd never flown, not even on an airplane, and the vast empty space between them and the ground terrified her. She couldn't keep from squinching her eyes almost shut as they shot out over the river. Just below the Queensboro Bridge, Jace turned the bike south and headed to the foot of the island. The sky had begun to lighten, and in the distance Clary could see the glittering arch of the Brooklyn Bridge, and beyond that, a smudge on the horizon, the Statue of Liberty. Are you all right? Jace shouted. Clary said nothing, just clutched him more tightly. He banked the cycle, and then they were sailing toward the bridge, and Clary could see stars through the suspension cables. An early morning train was rattling over it, the queue, carrying a load of sleepy dawn commuters. She thought how often she'd been on that train. A wave of vertigo swamped her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, gasping with nausea. Clary, Jace called. Clary, are you all right? She shook her head, eyes still shut, alone in the dark and the tearing wind with just the pounding of her heart. Something sharp scratched against her chest. She ignored it until it came again, more insistent. Barely opening an eye, she saw that it was Simon, his head poking out of her pocket, tugging her jacket with an urgent paw. It's all right, Simon, she said with an effort, not looking down. It's just the bridge. He scratched her again, then pointed an urgent paw toward the waterfront of Brooklyn, rising up on their left. Dizzy and sick, she looked and saw, beyond the outlines of the warehouses and factories, a sliver of golden sunrise just visible, like the edge of a pale gilt coin. Yes, very pretty, Clary said, closing her eyes again. Nice sunrise. Jace went rigged all over, as if he'd been shot. Sunrise? He yelled, then jerked the cycle savagely to the right. Clary's eyes flew open as they plunged toward the water, which had begun to shimmer with the blue of oncoming dawn. Clary leaned as close to Jace as she could without squishing Simon between them. What's so bad about sunrise? I told you, the bike runs on demon energies. He pulled back so that they were level with the river, just skimming along the surface, while the wheels kicked up spray. River water splashed into Clary's face. As soon as the sun comes up, the bike began to sputter. Jace swore colorfully, slamming his fist into the accelerator. The bike lunged forward once, then choked, jerking under them like a bucking horse. Jace was still swearing as the sun peeked over the crumbling waves of Brooklyn, lighting the world with devastating clarity. Doing it again, using guilt instead of gold. Trixie. Yes. It really throws me up. Trixie makes me think of The Hobbit. That's what Gollum says when Bilbo Baggins is like doing the riddle game with them. Trixie's little hobbit, Trixie. Sorry, I just finished The Hobbit. Okay. Clary could see every rock, every pebble under them as they cleared the river and hurtled over the narrow bank. Below them was the highway, already streaming with early traffic. They only just cleared it, the wheels grazing the roof of a passing truck. Beyond was a trash-strewn parking lot of an enormous supermarket. "Hang on to me," Jace was shouting as the bike jerked and sputtered underneath them. "Hang on to me, Clary, and do not let..." The bike tilted and struck the asphalt of the parking lot, front wheel first. It shot forward, wobbling violently, and went into a long skid, bouncing and slamming over the uneven ground, whipping Clary's head back and forth with neck cracking force. Sorry, that was hard. Trixie, Hobbitses, Trixie. Yes, exactly. Where was I? The air stank of burned rubber, but the bike was slowing, skidding to a halt, and then it struck a concrete parking barrier with such force that she was lifted into the air and hurled sideways, her hand tearing free of Jace's belt. She barely had time to curl herself into a protective ball, holding her arms as rigid as possible and praying Simon wouldn't be crushed when they struck the ground. She hit hard, agony screaming up her arm. Something splashed up in her face and she was coughing as she flipped over, rolling onto her back. She grabbed for her pocket. It was empty. She tried to say Simon's name, but the breath had been knocked out of her. She wheezed as she gasped in air. Her face was wet and dampness was running down into her collar. "Is that blood?" She opened her eyes hazily. Her face felt like one big bruise, her arms aching and stinging like raw meat. She had rolled onto her side and was lying half in, half out of a puddle of filthy water. Dawn had truly come. She could see the remains of the bike, subsiding into a heap of unrecognizable ash as the sun's rays struck it. And there was Jace, getting painfully to his feet. He started to hurry toward her, then slowed as he approached. The sleeve of his shirt had been torn away, and there was a long, bloody graze along his left arm. His face, under the cap of dark gold curls matted with sweat, dust, and blood, was white as a sheet. She wondered why he looked like that. Was her torn-off leg lying across the parking lot somewhere in a pool of blood? She started to struggle up and felt a hand on her shoulder. "Clary?" "Simon!" I was trying to figure out who was talking. He was kneeling next to her, blinking as if he couldn't quite believe it either. His clothes were crumpled and grimy, and he has lost his glasses somewhere, but he seemed otherwise unharmed. Without the glasses, he looked younger, defenseless, and a little dazed. He reached to touch her face, but she flinched back. "Ow!" "Are you okay?" "You look great," he said with a catch in his voice. "The best thing I've ever seen." "That's because you don't have your glasses on," she said weakly. But if she'd expected a smart aleck response, she didn't get one. Instead, he threw his arms around her, holding her tightly to him. His clothes smelled of blood and sweat and dirt, and his heart was beating a mile a minute, and he was pressing on her bruises. But it was a relief nonetheless to be held by him and to really know, that he was all right. "Clary," he said roughly, I thought you wouldn't come back for you." "But of course I did," she said. "Of course I did." She put her arms around him. Everything about him was familiar, from the overwashed fabric of his t-shirt to the sharp angle of the collarbone that rested just under her chin. He said her name, and she stroked his back reassuringly. When she glanced back just for a moment, she saw Jace turning away as if the brightness of the rising sun hurt his eyes. Oh! Chapter 16. Do a real quick run check to see how my baby's doing. I'll be right back. He should be asleep still, but I'm going to check. Oh yeah, still sleeping. Sleeping the day away, which means he won't sleep the night away, but you know what? Ish happens. Okay. Chapter 16. Falling Angels. Hodge was enraged. He had been standing in the foyer, Isabel and Alec lurking behind him, when Clary and the boys limped in, filthy and covered in blood, and had immediately launched into a lecture that would have done Clary's mother proud. He didn't forget to include the part about lying to him about where they were going, which Jace, apparently, had. or the part about never trusting Jace again, and even added extra embellishments like bits about breaking the law, getting tossed out of the clave, and bringing shame on the proud and ancient name of Wayland. Winding down, he fixed Jace with a glare. You've endangered... Wait, I gotta find the voice. All part of that fresh baby charm. Oh yeah. He is 5 months, so like fresh but not. But yeah. Definitely sleeping the day away, not sleeping. Last night he wouldn't go to bed till like 12:30. It was crazy. Like, oh my goodness, it was awful. But then he slept till 8, and then I got him up at 8, and I fed him, and then we slept till like 11 for 2 more hours, and then we hung out for like an hour and a half awake, and I fed him again, and now he's asleep again, and he's been asleep for like another 2 hours, I think. So, you've endangered other people with your willfulness. This is one incident I will not allow you to shrug off. I wasn't planning to, Jace said. I can't shrug anything off. My shoulder's dislocated. If only I thought physical pain was actually a deterrent for you, said Hodge with a grim fury. But you'll just spend the next few days in the infirmary with Alec and Isabel fussing around you. You'll probably even enjoy it. Hodge had been 2/3 right. Jace and Simon both wound up in the infirmary, but only Isabel was fussing over either of them when Clary, who'd gone to clean herself up, came in a few hours later. Hodge had fixed the swelling bruise on her arm, and 20 minutes in the shower had gotten most of the ground-in asphalt out of her skin, but she still felt raw and aching. Alec, sitting on the windowsill and looking like a thundercloud, scowled as the drawer shut behind her. Oh, it's you. She ignored him. Hodge says he's on his way, and he hopes you can both manage to cling to your flickering sparks of life until he gets here, she told Simon and Jace. Or something like that. I wish he'd hurry, Jace said crossly. He was sitting up in bed against a pair of fluffed white pillows, still wearing his filthy clothes. Why? Does it hurt? Clary asked. No. I have a high pain threshold. In fact, it's less of a threshold and more of a large and tastefully decorated foyer. But I do get easily bored. He squinted at her. Do you remember back at the hotel when you promised that if we lived, you'd get dressed up in a nurse's outfit and give me a sponge bath? Actually, I think you misheard, Clary said. It was Simon who promised you the sponge bath. This is so snarky. I love it. Jace looked involuntarily over at Simon, who smiled at him widely. As soon as I'm back on my feet, handsome. I knew we should have left you a rat, said Jace. Clary laughed and went over to Simon, who seemed acutely uncomfortable, surrounded by dozens of pillows and with blankets heaped over his legs. Clary sat down on the edge of Simon's bed. How are you feeling? Like someone massaged me with a cheese grater, Simon said, wincing as he pulled his legs up. I broke a bone in my foot. It was so swollen, Isabel had to cut my shoe off. Glad she's taking care of you. Clary let a small amount of acid creep into her voice. Ooh. That was, okay. I didn't have acid in my tone, but that's fine. And sometimes I have to read ahead with my eyes to pick the name out of who's talking so I can change my voice, because sometimes it doesn't tell me. Okay. Simon leaned forward, not taking his eyes off Clary. I want to talk to you. Clary nodded in half-reluctant agreement. I'm going to my room. Come and see me after Hodge fixes you up, okay? Sure. To her surprise, he leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. It was a butterfly kiss, a quick brush of lips on skin, but as she pulled away, she knew she was blushing. Probably, she thought, standing up, because of the way everyone else was staring at them. Out in the hallway, she touched her cheek in bemusement. A peck on the cheek didn't mean much, but it was so out of character for Simon. Maybe he was trying to make a point to Isabel? Men, Clary thought, they were so baffling. And Jace, doing his wounded prince routine. She'd left before he could start complaining about the thread count of the sheets. Clary! She turned around in surprise. Alec was loping down the hall after her, hurrying to catch up. He stopped when she did. I need to talk to you. She looked at him in surprise. What about? He hesitated. With his pale skin and dark blue eyes, he was as striking as his sister. But unlike Isabel, he did everything he could to downplay his looks. The frayed sweaters and the hair that looked as if he had cut it himself in the dark were only part of it. He looked uncomfortable in his own skin. I think you should leave. Go home, he said. She'd known he didn't like her, but it still felt like a slap. Alec, the last time I was home, it was infested with Forsaken, and Raveners, with fangs. Nobody wants to go home more than I do, but you must have relatives you can stay with. There was a tinge of desperation in his voice. No. Besides, Hodge wants me to stay, she said shortly. He can't possibly. I mean, not after what you've done. What I've done? He swallowed hard. You almost got Jace killed. I almost... What are you talking about? Running off after your friend like that. Do you know how much danger you put him in? Do you know... Him? You mean Jace? Clary cut off in mid-sentence. For your information, the whole thing was his idea. He asked Magnus where the lair was. He went to the church to get weapons, and if I hadn't come with him, he would have gone anyway. You don't understand, Alex said. You don't know him. I know him. He thinks he has to save the world. He'd be glad to kill himself trying. Sometimes I think he even wants to die, but that doesn't mean you should encourage him to do it. I don't get it, she said. Jace is a Nephilim. Is this what you do? You rescue people. You kill demons. You put yourself in danger. How was last night any different? Alex's control shattered. Because he left me behind, he shouted. Normally I'd be with him, covering him, watching his back, keeping him safe. But you're dead weight, a mundane. He spit the word out as if it were an obscenity. No, Clary said, I'm not. I'm Nephilim, just like you. His lip curled up at the corner. Maybe, he said. But with no training, no nothing, you're still not much use, are you? Your mother brought you up in the mundane world, and that's where you belong. Not here, making Jace act like he isn't one of us, making him break his oath to the clave, making him break the law. Newsflash, Clary snapped. I don't make Jace do anything. He does what he wants. He ought to know that. He looked at her as if she were an especially disgusting kind of demon he'd never seen before. You mundanes are all completely selfish, aren't you? Have you no idea what he's done for you? What kind of personal risks he's taken? I'm not just talking about his safety. He could lose everything. He already lost his father and mother. Do you want to make sure he loses the family he's got left as well? Clary recoiled. Rage rose up in her like a black wave. Rage against Alec. Ugh. Because he was partly right. And rage against everything and everyone else, against the icy road that had taken her father away from her before she was born, against Simon for nearly getting himself killed, against Jace for being a martyr, and for not caring whether he lived or died, against Luke for pretending he cared about her when he was all a lie, and against her mother for not being the boring, normal, haphazard mother she'd always pretended to be, but someone else entirely, someone heroic and spectacular and brave whom Clary didn't know at all. Someone who wasn't there now, when Clary needed her desperately. You should talk about selfish, she hissed, so viciously that he took a step back. You couldn't care less about anyone in this world except yourself, Alec Lightwood. No wonder you've never killed a single demon, because you're too afraid. Alec looked stunned. Who told you that? Jace. He looked as if she'd slapped him. He wouldn't say that. He did. She could see how she was hurting him, and it made her glad. Someone else ought to be in pain for a change. You can rant all you want about honor and honesty and how mundanes don't have any of either, but you were honest. You'd admit his tantrum just because you're in love with him. It doesn't have anything to do with... Alec moved, blindingly fast. A sharp crack resounded through her head. He had shoved her against the wall so hard that the back of her skull had struck the wood paneling. His face was inches from hers, eyes huge and black. Don't you ever, he whispered, mouth a blanched line, ever say anything like that to him, or I'll kill you. I swear to the angel I'll kill you. The pain in her arms where he gripped her was intense. Against her will, she gasped. He blinked, as if he were waking up out of a dream, and let her go, jerking his hands away like her skin had burned him. Without a word, he spun and hurried back toward the infirmary. He was lurching as he walked, like someone drunk or dizzy. He probably was drunk. Clary rubbed her sore arm, staring after him, appalled at what she'd done. Good job, Clary. Now you've really made him hate you. Yeti with a second. Hello, Yeti. This is a ... part. Perfect timing. Drink some water. Technically you're third, because Muse was second, but they didn't redeem second, so you got second. So yay! R, wrong. You're wrong. What's a pirate's favorite letter? You'd think it's the R, but it's actually the C. It was a nice try, though. Okay. Back to reading. She should have fallen instantly into bed, but despite her exhaustion, sleep remained out of reach. Eventually, she pulled her sketchpad out of her backpack and started drawing, popping the tablet against her knees. Idle scribbles at first, a detail from the crumbling Oh my god. Okay, so I say facade. Also meow. The jelly. How are you doing? What? Also meowdy, like howdy. Hi. I'm doing good. Getting into reading for sure. Chapter 16. We're 20 pages into my 100-page goal for the night. Yeah, facade. It's correctly it's a facade. But I say facade. Every time I see it, it's a facade, but it's a facade. And I struggle with knowing it's right and actually saying it right. It's from a gif of a cat wearing a cowboy hat. Meowdy. Cute. I'm doing good. Ezra is asleep in the room next door, so my door is open, so the AC does kick on, so if it gets louder and you need me to turn my volume up, let me know, but it's not on right now. You'll hear it come on. It's pretty loud, which is why I typically stream with the door closed, but it felt right being I'm in Texas. Ooh, okay. Yes, I remember you went down to Texas. I lived in Texas for 2 years recently, and then when I was a kid, I lived down there in Texas. Down in Texas. So, okay. Oh, idle scribbles at first. A detail from the crumbling facade of a vampire hotel. A fanged gargoyle with bulging eyes. An empty street, a single lamppost casting a yellow pool of illumination. A shadowy figure poised at the edge of the light. She drew Raphael in his bloody white shirt with the scar of the cross on his throat. And then she drew Jace standing on the roof, looking down at the 10-story drop below. Not afraid, but as if the fall challenged him, as if there were no empty space he could not fill with his belief in his own invincibility. As in her dream, she drew him with wings that curved out behind his shoulders in an arc like the wings of an angel statue in the Bone City. She tried to draw her mother last. She had told Jace she didn't feel any different about reading the Grey Book, and it was mostly true. Now, though, as she tried to visualize her mother's face, she realized there was one thing that was different in her memories of Jocelyn. She could see her mother's scars, the tiny white marks that covered her back and shoulders, as if she had been standing in a snowfall. It hurt, knowing that the way she'd always seen her mother, all her life, had been a lie. She slid the sketchpad under her pillow, eyes burning. There was a tap on the door, soft, hesitant. She scrubbed hastily at her eyes. Come in. It was Simon. She hadn't really focused on what a mess he was. He hadn't showered, and his clothes were torn and stained, and his hair tangled. He hesitated in the doorway, oddly formal. She scooted sideways, making room for him on the bed. There was nothing strange about sitting in bed with Simon. They'd slept over at each other's houses for years, made tents and forts with the blankets when they were small, and stayed up reading comics when they were older. You found your glasses, she said. One lens was cracked. They were in my pocket. They came through better than I would have expected. I'll have to write a nice note to lens crafters. He settled beside her gingerly. Did Hodge fix you up? He nodded. Yeah, I still feel like I've been worked over with a tire iron, but nothing's broken. Not anymore. He turned to look at her. His eyes behind the ruined glasses were the eyes she remembered, dark and serious, ringed by the kind of lashes boys didn't care about and girls would kill for. Clary, that you came for me, that you would risk all that. Don't. She held up a hand awkwardly. You would have done it for me. Of course, he said, without arrogance or pretension. But I always thought that was the way things were, with us, you know? She scrambled around to face him, puzzled. What do you mean? I mean, said Simon, as if he was surprised to find himself explaining something that should have been obvious. I've always been the one who needed you more than you needed me. That's not true, Clary was appalled. It is, Simon said with the same unnerving calm. You've never seemed to really need anyone, Clary. You've always been so contained. All you've ever needed is your pencils and your imaginary worlds. So many times I've had to say these things 6, 7 times before you'd even respond. You were so far away. And then you'd turn to me and smile that funny smile, and I'd know you'd forgotten all about me and just remembered. But I was never mad at you. Half of your attention is better than all of anyone else's. She tried to catch at his hand, but got his wrist. She could feel the pulse under his skin. I only ever loved 3 people in my life, she said. My mom and Luke and you. And I've lost all of them except you. Don't ever imagine you aren't important to me. Don't ever think it. My mom says you only need 3 people you can rely on in order to achieve self-actualization, said Simon. His tone was light, but his voice cracked halfway through. Actualization. She says you seem pretty self-actualized. Clary smiled at him ruefully. Did your mom have any other words of wisdom about me? Yeah, he returned her smile with one just as crooked, but I'm not going to tell you what they were. No fair keeping secrets. Whoever said the world was fair? ... There's like gaps in paragraphs where like perspectives change, or there's a gap in time or something, and so I do ... So ... In the end, they lay against each other as they had when they were children, shoulder to shoulder. Clary's legs thrown over Simon's. Her toes came to just below his knee. Flat on their backs, they stared up at the ceiling as they talked, a habit left over from the time when Clary's ceiling had been covered with paste-on glow-in-the-dark stars. Where Jace had smelled like soup and limes, Simon smelled like someone who'd been rolling around in the parking lot of a supermarket. But Clary didn't mind. The weird thing is, Simon wound a curl of her hair around his fingers. I was joking with Isabel about vampires right before it all happened. Just trying to get her laugh, you know? What freaks out Jewish vampires? Silver Stars of David? Chopped liver? Checks for $18? Clary laughed. Simon looked gratified. Isabel didn't laugh. Clary thought of a number of things she wanted to say, and didn't say them. I'm not sure that Isabel's kind of humor. Simon cut a sideways glance at her under his lashes. Is she sleeping with Jace? Clary's squeak of surprise turned into a cough. She glared at him. Ew. No, they're practically related. They wouldn't do that, she paused. I don't think so, anyway. Simon shrugged. Not like I care, he said firmly. Sure you don't. I don't, he rolled onto his side. You know. Initially, I thought Isabel seemed, I don't know, cool, exciting, different. Then, at the party, I realized she was actually crazy. Clary slit her eyes at him. Did she tell you to drink the blue cocktail? He shook his head. That was all me. I saw you go off with Jason, Alec, and I don't know. You looked so different from usual. You seemed so different. I couldn't help thinking you'd changed already, and this new world of yours would leave me out. I wanted to do something that would make me part of it. So, when the little green guy came by with a tray of drinks, Clary groaned. You're an idiot. I've never claimed otherwise. Sorry. Was it awful? Being a rat? No. First it was disorienting. I was suddenly at ankle level with everyone. I thought I'd drunk a shrinking potion, but I couldn't figure out why I was this urge to chew used gun wrappers. Clary giggled. No, I mean the vampire hotel. Was that awful? Something flickered behind his eyes. He looked away. No, I don't really remember much between the party and landing in the parking lot. Probably better that way. He started to say something but was arrested mid-yawn. The light in the room had slowly faded. Disentangling herself from Simon and the bedsheets, Clary got up and pushed aside the window curtains. Outside, the city was bathed in the reddish glow of sunset. The silvery roof of the Chrysler Building, 50 blocks downtown, glowed like a poker left too long in the fire. The sun's setting. Maybe we should look for some dinner. There was no response. Turning, she saw that Simon was asleep, his arms folded under his head, legs sprawled. She sighed, went over to the bed, plucked his glasses off, and set them on the night table. She couldn't count the times he'd fallen asleep with them on and been woken by the sound of cracking lenses. Now where am I going to sleep? Not that she minded sharing a bed with Simon, but he hadn't exactly left her any room. She considered poking him awake, but he looked so peaceful. Besides, she wasn't sleepy. She just reached for the sketch pad under the pillow when a knock sounded on the door. She padded barefoot across the room and turned the doorknob quietly. It was Jace. Clean, in his jeans and a gray shirt, his washed hair a halo of damp gold. And there's the AC. The bruises on his face were already fading from purple to faint gray, and his hands were behind his back. "Were you asleep?" he asked. There was no contrition, there's another word, in his voice, only curiosity. "No," Clary stepped out into the hallway, pulling the door shut behind her. "Why would you think that?" He eyed her baby blue cotton tank top and sleeve short set. "No reason." "I was in bed most of the day," she said, which was technically true. Seeing him, her jitter level had shot up about 1,000%, but she saw no reason to share that information. "What about you? Aren't you exhausted?" He shook his head. "Much like the Postal Service, demon hunters never sleep. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these." What is it? "Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these. You'd be in major trouble if gloom of night did stay you," she pointed out. He grinned. Unlike his hair, his teeth weren't perfect. An upper incisor was slightly, endearingly chipped. Oh my god. His teeth? We're addressing his teeth? She gripped her elbows. It was chilly in the hallway, and she could feel goosebumps starting up her arms. "What are you doing here anyway?" "Here, as in your bedroom, or here as in the great spiritual question of our purpose here on this planet? If you're asking whether it's all just a cosmic coincidence or there's a greater meta-ethical purpose to life, well, that's a puzzler for the ages. I mean, simple ontological reductionism is clearly a fallacious argument, but..." That was so hard. "I'm going back to bed." Clary reached for the doorknob. He slid nimbly between her and the door. "I'm here," he said, "because Hodge reminded me it was your birthday." Clary exhaled in exasperation. "Not until tomorrow." "That's no reason not to start celebrating now." She eyed him. "You're avoiding Alec and Isabel." He nodded. "Both of them are trying to pick fights with me." "For the same reason?" "I couldn't tell." He glanced furtively up and down the hallway. "Hodge, too. Everyone wants to talk to me, except you. I bet you don't want to talk to me." "No," said Clary. "I want to eat. I'm starving." He brought his hand out from behind his back. In it was a slightly crumpled paper bag. "I sneaked some food from the kitchen when Isabel wasn't looking." Clary grinned. "A picnic. It's a little late for Central Park, don't you think? It's full of..." He waved a hand. "Fairies, I know." "I was going to say muggers," said Clary, "though I pity the mugger who goes after you." "That is a wise attitude, and I commend you for it," said Jace, looking gratified. "But I wasn't thinking of Central Park. How about the greenhouse?" "Now? At night? Won't it be dark?" He smiled as if it was a secret. "Come on, I'll show you." Oh, chapter 17. What's the chapters? It's only 30 pages, but... What's the last chapter? 20. Okay. Good roll. Getting on it. Stretch. Who needs a stretch redemption? You can just stretch whenever you want. Oh. Okay. Oh, I would love to pop my back.
Drinking water!
Ah, I can do that too. I got a nice small cup of water to keep my throat wet. Oh, I wish my ASMR pops and cracks went off, but I couldn't get it to pop. I couldn't get it to go. That's what I'm saying. I need to pop it. I got one side of my neck just now. I doubt you heard it, but ow, my neck. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. My hair, I just flop my hair like crazy. It's okay. I won't touch it. It's crazy. It's adding to the picture. I think. Oh, glasses. Yeah, okay. I just granny glass. Words are so hard, yet I'm doing a reading stream. What? Okay. Chapter 17. The Midnight Flower. In the half-light, the big empty rooms they passed through on their way to the roof looked as deserted as stage sets, the white draped furniture looming up out of the dimness like icebergs through fog. When Jace opened the greenhouse door, the scent hit Clary, soft as the padded blow of a cat's paw, the rich dark smell of earth and the stronger soapy scent of night-blooming flowers. Moonflowers, white angel trumpets, 4 o'clocks, and some she didn't recognize. What's a 4 o'clock flower? And some she didn't recognize, like a plant bearing a star-shaped yellow blossom whose petals were medallioned with golden pollen. Through the glass walls of the enclosure, she could see the lights of Manhattan burning like cold jewels. Wow, she turned slowly, taking it in. It's so beautiful here at night. Jace grinned. And we have the place to ourselves. Alec and Isabel hate it up here. They have allergies. Clary shivered, though she wasn't at all cold. What kind of flowers are these? Jace shrugged and sat down, carefully, next to a glossy green shrub dotted all over with tightly closed flower buds. No idea. You think I pay attention in botany class? I'm not going to be an archivist. Is it archivist? Is it archivist? I know it's an archive, but it's an archivist? Man, this young adult book's giving me a run for my money. Just blame it on the English. It's 3 languages and a trench coat pretending to be one. Ah! It's the minions from Despicable Me 3 when they stack up to be a person. English is so hard. English is crazy hard. Okay. I don't need to know about that stuff. You just need to know about how to kill things. He looked up at her and smiled. He looked like a fair-haired angel from a Rembrandt painting, except for that devilish mouth. That's right. He took a napkin-wrapped package out of the bag and offered it to her. Also, he added, I make a mean cheese sandwich. Try one. Clary smiled reluctantly and sat down across from him. The stone floor of the greenhouse was cold against her bare legs, but it was pleasant after so many days of relentless heat. Out of the paper bag, Jace drew some apples, a bar of fruit, and nut chocolate, and a bottle of water. Not a bad haul, she said admiringly. The cheese sandwich was warm and a little limp, but it tasted fine. A cheese sandwich isn't like a grilled cheese? A cheese sandwich? It was warm, so I'm assuming that's what it is. From one of the innumerable pockets inside his jacket, Jace produced a bone-handled knife that looked capable of disemboweling a grizzly. He set to work on the apples, carving them into meticulous eighths. Well, it's no birthday cake, he said, handing her a section, but hopefully it's better than nothing. Nothing is what I was expecting, so thanks. She took a bite. The apple tasted green and cool. Nobody should get nothing on their birthday. He was peeling the second apple, the skin coming away in long, curling strips. Birthdays should be special. My birthday was always the one day my father said I could do or have anything I wanted. Anything? She laughed. Like, what kind of anything did you want? Well, when I was 5, I wanted to take a bath in spaghetti. But he didn't let you, right? No, that's the thing. He did. He said it wasn't expensive, and why not if that's what I wanted? He had the servants fill a bath with boiling water and pasta, and when it cooled down, he shrugged. I took a bath in it. Servants? Clary thought. Out loud, she said, how was it? Slippery. I'll bet. She tried to picture him as a little boy, giggling up to his ears in pasta. The image wouldn't form. Surely Jace never giggled, not even at the age of 5. What else did you ask for? Weapons, mostly, he said, which I'm sure doesn't surprise you. Books. I read a lot on my own. You didn't go to school? No, he said, and now he spoke slowly, almost as if they were approaching a topic he didn't want to discuss. But your friends. I didn't have friends, he said. Besides, my father. He was all I needed. I'm doing that whole rocking with my elbows out thing again. I feel like, you know, when you try to move a cat and you move its body and then its head compensates and stays in the same spot, I feel like I do that when I'm twisting and reading. She stared at him. No friends at all? I'm doing it right now. I can't not do it. Maybe I'll hold the book. It'll do better. It was not grilled, just lukewarm and mushy. Jelly cat. Okay. You know, snakes do it too. It's really cute. Okay. She stared at him. No friends at all? He met her look steadily. The first time I saw Alec, he said, when I was 10 years old, that was the first time I'd ever met another child my own age. The first time I had a friend. She dropped her gaze. Now an image was forming, unwelcome in her head. She thought of Alec, the way he had looked at her. He wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that. I don't get that part. Don't feel sorry for me, Jace said, as if guessing her thoughts, though it hadn't been him she'd been feeling sorry for. He gave me the best education, the best training. He took me all over the world, London, St. Petersburg, Egypt. We used to love to travel. His eyes were dark. I haven't been anywhere since he died. Nowhere but New York. You're lucky, Clary said. I've never been outside this state in my life. My mom wouldn't even let me go on field trips to D.C. I guess I know why now, she added ruefully. She was afraid you'd freak out, start seeing demons in the White House. She nibbled a piece of chocolate. There are demons in the White House? I was kidding, said Jace. I think. He shrugged philosophically. I'm sure someone would have mentioned it. I think she didn't want me to get too far away from her. My mom, after my dad died, she changed a lot. Luke's voice echoed in her mind. You've never been the same since it happened, but Clary isn't Jonathan. Jace cocked an eyebrow at her. Do you remember your father? She shook her head. No, he died before I was born. You're lucky, he said. That way you don't miss him. From anyone else, it would have been an appalling thing to say, but there was no bitterness in his voice for a change, only an ache of loneliness for his own father. Does it go away? She asked. Missing him, I mean. He looked at her obliquely, but didn't answer. Are you thinking of your mother? No, she wouldn't think of her mother that way. Of Luke, actually. Not that that's actually his name. He took a thoughtful bite of apple and said, I've been thinking about him. Something about his behavior doesn't add up. He's a coward, Clary's voice was bitter. You heard him. He won't go against Valentine, not even for my mother. But that's exactly a long clanging reverberation, there we go, interrupted him. Somewhere a bell was tolling. Midnight, said Jace, setting the knife down. He got to his feet, holding his hand out to pull her up beside him. His fingers were slightly sticky with apple juice. Now, watch. His gaze was fixed on the green shrub they'd been sitting beside, with its dozen of shining closed buds. She started to ask him what she was supposed to be looking at, but he held up a hand to forestall her. His eyes were shimmering. Wait, he said. The leaves on the shrub hung still and motionless. Suddenly, one of the tightly closed buds began to quiver and tremble. It swelled to twice its size and burst open. It was like watching a speeded-up film of a flower blooming. The delicate green sepals opening outward, releasing the clustered petals inside. They were dusted with pale gold pollen as light as talcum. Oh, said Clary, and looked to find Jace watching her. Do they bloom every night? Only at midnight, he said. Happy birthday, Clarissa Frey. She was oddly touched. Thank you. I have something for you, he said. He dug into his pocket and brought out something, which he pressed into her hand. It was a gray stone, slightly uneven, worn to smoothness and spots. Huh, said Clary, turning it over in her fingers. You know, when most girls say they want a big rock, they don't mean, literally a big rock. Very amusing, my sarcastic friend. It's not a rock precisely. All shadow hunters have a witchlight runestone. Oh, she looked at it with renewed interest, closing her fingers around it as she'd seen Jace do in the cellar. She wasn't sure, but she thought she could see a glint of light peeking out through her fingers. It will always bring you light, said Jace, his voice a little rough. She slipped it into her pocket. Well, thanks. It was nice of you to give me anything. The tension between them seemed to press down her like humid air. Better than a bath in spaghetti any day. He said darkly, If you share that little bit of personal information with anyone, I may have to kill you. Well, when I was 5, I wanted my mother to let me go around and around inside the dryer with the clothes, Clary said. The difference is, she didn't let me. Probably because going around and around inside a dryer can be fatal, Jace pointed out, whereas pasta is rarely fatal, unless Isabel makes it. The midnight flower was already shedding petals. They drifted toward the floor, glimmering like slivers of starlight. When I was 12, I wanted a tattoo, Clary said. My mom wouldn't let me have that, either. Jace didn't laugh. Most shadow hunters get their first marks at 12. It must have been in your blood. Maybe, I thought, although I doubt most shadow hunters get a tattoo of Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on their left shoulder. I think I heard my child. Hold on. No, he's still asleep. He's slept the day away. That's crazy. Looks like I have a dimple in my chin. Interesting. Looks like a dimple in my chin. I'm hoping they have a piece of slice tattoo on their right shoulder. You're hoping they have a pizza slice tattoo on their right? Like the characters? Is that what you're referring to? Oh, he is. I know, I just checked on him. I don't know what's going on. Perfect. You can watch it now.
I'm going hunting.
Fuck you are. No. Then you're taking Ezra.
I can't take hunting. We're gonna be stalking.
No, babe, no.
We have to find them.
I do know pizza is their favorite food. I definitely watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Are you saying because that's what she wanted? She doesn't have a tattoo. She said that's what she wanted as a tattoo. My day started like 17 hours ago. That's crazy. I woke up around 1 a.m. and started working at 3. And some weird shift halfway between 3rd and 1st. Wait, what? Some weird shift halfway between 3rd and 1st? What does that mean? like the dates? "17 hours is rough, for sure." I think my child woke up. Shifts. 3rd shift is, oh, there you go. 12 to 8. 1st is like 9 to 5. Oh, that's a gross. Did he go back to sleep? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, fuck off. Go do what you need to go do. I'm not happy with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not happy with you.
You love me.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I gotta ship earrings in the morning.
Okay. I forgot what you were doing. That's why I was asking. You've been very not present.
I might not have to take the kid anywhere tomorrow.
Why?
Because I guess we just gotta ship the earrings in the morning and we should be done.
Okay. You in the doghouse. You are. I'm not happy, but whatever. Fine. Well, hopefully I don't have to take him somewhere tomorrow. But that just means I have to deal with him for morning stream, which sucks.
What were you gonna do?
Deal with him with morning stream.
Oh.
So. Okay, go do whatever the fuck you need to do to leave. I'm not happy. Okay. If he wakes up, which I feel like he should be waking up here soon, I'm gonna have to give him a bottle. So at some point, I'm gonna be interrupted to make a bottle too. Okay. Ninja Turtles. Oh. So, maybe. Although I doubt most shadow hunters get a tattoo of Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on their left shoulder. Which one's Donatello? What color is Donatello? Tate, what color is Donatello?
Purple.
Purple? Yep. You right.
Why?
I don't know. Just asking.
Random question.
It's not. It's in my book. But
What are you doing?
I'm reading. For stream. Judge me more. I dare you. Oh, goodness. I now mentally abort. I mentally have to wait for him to leave to continue reading. Okay, Leonardo is blue, Raphael is red, Michelangelo is orange, and Donatello is purple. Is he brushing his teeth? Okay, whatever. Jace looked baffled. You wanted a turtle on your shoulder? I wanted to cover my chickenpox scar. She pulled the strap of the tank top aside slightly, showing the star-shaped white mark at the top of her shoulder. See? He looked away. It's getting late, he said. We should go back downstairs. Clary pulled her strap back up awkwardly, as if he wanted to see her stupid scars. The next words tumbled out of her mouth without any volition on her part. Have you and Isabel ever dated? Now he did look at her. The moonlight leached the color out of his eyes. They were more silver than gold now. Isabel, he said blankly. I thought... Now she felt even more awkward. Simon was wondering. Maybe he should ask her. I'm not sure if he wants to, Clary said. Anyway, never mind. It's none of my business. He smiled unnervingly. The answer is no. I mean, there may have been a time when one or the other of us considered it, but she's also almost a sister to me. It would be strange. You mean Isabel and you never... Never, said Jace. She hates me, observed Clary. No, she doesn't, he said to her surprise. You just make her nervous, because she's always been the only girl in a crowd of adoring boys, and now she isn't anymore. But she's so beautiful. So are you, said Jace, and very different from how she is, and she can't help but notice that. She's always wanted to be small and delicate, you know. She hates being taller than most boys. Clary said nothing to this, because she had nothing to say. Beautiful. He called her beautiful. Nobody had ever called her that before, except her mother, which didn't count. Mothers were required to think you were beautiful. She stared at him. We should probably go downstairs, he said again. She was sure she was making him comfortable with the staring, but she didn't seem to be able to stop. All right, she said finally. To her relief, her voice sounded normal. What?
I love you.
Yeah? Good. Don't have to deal with it later. I love you too.
I love you most.
And you probably do right now. Yeah. Irritated. It was a further relief to look away from him as she turned around. The moon, directly overhead now, lit everything nearly to daylight brightness. In between one step and another, she saw a white spark struck off something on the floor. It was the knife Jace had been using to cut apples, lying on its side. She jerked hastily back to avoid stepping on it, and her shoulder bumped his. He put a hand out to steady her just as she turned to apologize, and then she was somehow in the circle of his arms, and he was kissing her. Oh, what? 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 I wasn't expecting that. What? It was at first almost as if he hadn't wanted to kiss her. His mouth was hard on hers, unyielding. Then he put both arms around her and pulled her against him. His lips softened. She could feel the rapid beat of his heart, taste the sweetness of apple still in his mouth. She wound her hands in his hair, and as she'd wanted to do since the first time she'd seen him. His hair curled around her fingers, silken fine. Her heart was hammering, and there was a rushing sound in her ears, like beating wings. Ah, I need to mark it. Library book, but I'm marking it. She went from PG to PG-13 real quick. I didn't know it was coming. That was funny. I was like, and they're kissing. What? What? I'm blushing. Okay. That was funny. Jace drew away from her with a muffled exclamation, though his arms were still around her. Don't panic, but we've got an audience. What? Clary turned her head. Perched on a nearby tree branch was Hugo, watching them beadily with bright black eyes. So the sound she'd heard had been wings rather than demented passion. He's awake. I fucking hate you. Excuse my French. Be right back. I have the baby. Dad's gonna make a bottle. I'm gonna feed him. We're gonna keep reading. Don't mess with my book, mister. It's a library book, actually. It's not even my book. Oh, look. Oh, okay. You bent the page. How dare you? You bent the page. Where are you looking? Whoa. Ouch. So the sound she'd heard had been wings rather than demented passion. That was disappointing. If he's here, Hodge won't be far behind, said Jace under his breath. We should go. Is he spying on you? Clary hissed. Hodge, I mean. No, he just likes to come up here to think. Too bad. We were having such a scintillating conversation. He laughed soundlessly. They made their way back downstairs the way they had come, but it felt like a different journey entirely to Clary. Jace kept her hand in his, sending tiny electrical shocks traveling up and down her veins from every point where he touched her. Her fingers, her wrist, the palm of her hand. Her mind was buzzing with questions, but she was too afraid of breaking the mood to ask him any of them. He'd said, "Too bad," so she guessed their evening was over, at least the kissing part. "You do not get to touch the book." "No touching the book. I can get your own book. I'm about to get a pacifier for you." Not a pacifier. Dad's getting you a bottle. They reached her door. She leaned against the wall beside it, looking up at him. "Thanks for the birthday picnic," she said, trying to keep her tone neutral. She seemed reluctant to go of her own hand. "Are you going to sleep?" "Oh, wait. Oh, I did mess up." He seemed reluctant to let go of her hand. "Are you going to sleep?" "Yeah." "Whoa, that's my phone. That's my phone. God hope I don't get called in." Here you go. Are you going to feed him?
I was going to.
Oh, okay. I thought you were leaving.
I probably am,
Okay. Okay. We'll keep going till I have to have him. Ooh, it's a good song, this background music. Okay. He's just being polite, she told herself. Then again, this was Jace. He was never polite. She decided to answer the question with a question. "Aren't you tired?" His voice was low. "I've never been more awake." He bent to kiss her, cupping her face with his free hand. Their lips touched, lightly at first, and then with a stronger pressure. It was at precisely that moment that Simon threw open the bedroom door and stepped out into the hall. He was blinking and tousle-haired and without his glasses, but he could see well enough. "What the hell?" he demanded, so loudly that Clary leapt away from Jace as if his touch burned her. "Simon, what are you... I thought you were..." "Asleep?" "I was," he said. The tops of his cheekbones had flushed dark red through his tan, the way they always did when he was embarrassed or upset. "Then I woke up and you weren't there, so I thought..." Clary couldn't think of a thing to say. Why hadn't it occurred to her that this might happen? Why hadn't she said they should go to Jace's room? The answer was as simple as it was awful. She had forgotten about Simon completely. Burn. Ouch. "I'm sorry," she said, not sure who she was even speaking to. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw Jace shoot her a look of white rage, but when she glanced at him, he looked as if he always did. Easy, confident, slightly bored. In future, Clarissa," he said, "it might be wise to mention that you already have a man in your bed to avoid such tedious situations." "You invited him into bed?" Simon demanded, looking shaken. "Ridiculous, isn't it?" said Jace. "We would never have all fit." "I didn't invite him into bed," Clary snapped. "We were just kissing." "Just kissing?" Jace's tone mocked her with its false hurt. "How swiftly you dismiss our love." "Jace!" She saw the bright malice in his eyes and trailed off. There was no point. Her stomach felt suddenly heavy. "Simon, it's late," she said tiredly. "I'm sorry we woke you up." "So am I." He stalked back into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Jace's smile was as bland as buttered toast. "Go on. Go after him. Pat his head and tell him he's still your super special little guy. Isn't that what you want to do?" "Stop it," she said. "Stop being like that." He smiled widely. "Like what?" "If you're angry, just say it. Don't act like nothing ever touches you. It's like you never feel anything at all." "Maybe you should have thought about that before you kissed me," he said. She looked at him incredulously. "I kissed you?" He looked at her with glittering malice. "Don't worry," he said. "It wasn't that memorable for me either." She watched him walk away and felt the mingled urge to burst into tears and to run after him for the express purpose of kicking him in the ankle. Knowing either action would fill him with satisfaction, she did neither, but went warily back into the bedroom. Simon was standing in the middle of the room, looking lost. He'd put his glasses back on. She heard Jace's voice in her head, saying nastily, "Pat his head and tell him he's still your super special little guy." She took a step toward him, then stopped when she realized what he was holding in his hand. Her sketch pad, open to the drawing she'd been doing, the one of Jace with angel wings. "Nice," he said. All those Tisch classes must be paying off." Normally, Clary would have told him off for looking into her sketch pad, but now wasn't the time. "Simon, look. I recognize that stalking off to sulk in your bedroom might not have been the smoothest move," he interrupted stiffly, tossing the sketch pad back on the bed. "But I had to get my stuff." "Where are you going?" she asked. "Home. I've been here too long, I think. Mundanes like me don't belong in a place like this." She sighed. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I wasn't intending to kiss him. It just happened. I know you don't like him." "No," Simon said even more stiffly. "I don't like flat soda. I don't like crappy boy band pop. I don't like being stuck in traffic. I don't like math homework. I hate Jace. See the difference?" "He saved your life," Clary pointed out, feeling like a fraud. After all, Jace had come along to the Demort, I forgot they changed it, only because he'd been worried he'd get in trouble if she got herself killed. "Details," said Simon dismissively. "He's an asshole. I thought you were better than that." Clary's temper flared. "Oh, and now you're pulling a high and mighty trip on me?" she snapped. "You're the one who's going to ask the girl with the most rockin' bod to the fall fling." She mimics Eric's lazy tone. Simon's mouth thinned out angrily. "So what if Jace is a jerk sometimes? You're not my brother. You're not my dad. You don't have to like him. I've never liked any of your girlfriends, but at least I've had the decency to keep it to myself." "This," said Simon between his teeth, "is different." "How? How is it different?" "Because I see the way you look at him," he shouted, "and I never looked at any of those girls like that. It was just something to do, a way to practice until what? Clary knew dimly that she was being horrible. The whole thing was horrible. They'd never even had a fight before, and that was more serious than an argument about who'd eaten the last Pop-Tart from the box in the treehouse. But she didn't seem able to stop. Until Isabel came along. "I can't believe you're lecturing me about Jace when you made a complete fool of yourself over her." Her voice rose to a scream. "I'm not screaming." "I was trying to make you jealous," Simon screamed right back. His hands were fists at his side. "You're so stupid, Clary. You're so stupid. Can't you see anything?" She stared at him in bewilderment. What on earth did he mean? "Trying to make me jealous? Why would you try to do that?" She saw immediately that this was the worst thing she could have asked him. "Because," he said so bitterly that it shocked her, "I've been in love with you for 10 years, so I thought it seemed like time to find out whether you felt the same about me, which I guess you don't." He might as well have kicked her in the stomach. She couldn't speak. The air had been sucked out of her lungs. She stared at him, trying to frame a response. Any response. He cut her off sharply. "Don't. There's nothing you can say." She watched him walk to the door as if paralyzed. She couldn't move to hold him back, much as she wanted to. What could she say? "I love you too?" But she didn't, did she? He paused at the door, hand on the knob, and turned to look at her. His eyes, behind the glasses, looked more tired than angry now. "You really want to know what else it was my mom said about you?" he asked. She shook her head. He didn't seem to notice. "She said you'd break my heart," he told her, and left. The door closed behind him with a decided click, and Clary was alone. Dot, dot, dot. Okay. Damn. Okay. After he was gone, she sank down onto the bed and picked up her sketchbook. She cradled it to her chest, not wanting to draw on it, just craving the feel and smell of familiar things. Ink, paper, chalk. She thought about running after Simon, trying to catch him. But what would she say? What could she possibly say? "You're so stupid, Clary," he'd said to her. "Can't you see anything?" She thought of 100 things he'd said or done, jokes Eric and the others had made about them, conversations hushed when she'd walked into the room. Jace had known from the beginning. "I was laughing at you because declarations of love amuse me, especially when unrequited." She hadn't stopped to wonder what he was talking about, but now she knew. She had told Simon earlier that she'd only ever loved 3 people, her mother, Luke, and him. She wondered if it was actually possible, within the space of a week, to lose everyone that you loved. She wondered if it was the sort of thing you survived or not. And yet, for those brief moments up on the roof with Jace, she'd forgotten her mother. She'd forgotten Luke. She'd forgotten Simon. And she'd been happy. That was the worst part, that she'd been happy. Maybe this, she thought, losing Simon, maybe this is my punishment for the selfishness of being happy, even for just a moment when my mother is still missing. None of it had been real anyway. Jace might be an exceptional kisser, but he didn't care about her at all. He'd said as much. She lowered the sketchbook slowly into her lap. Simon had been right. It was a good picture of Jace. She'd caught the hard line of his mouth, the incongruously vulnerable I don't even know. The vulnerable eyes. The wings looked so real, she imagined that if she brushed her fingers across them, they'd be soft. She let her hand trail across the page, her mind wandering, and jerked her hand back, staring. Her fingers had touched not dry paper, but the soft dawn of feathers. Her eyes flashed up to the runes she'd scrawled on the corner of the page. They were shining, the way she'd see the runes Jace drew with a stale shine. Her heart had begun to beat with a rapid, steady sharpness. If a rune could bring a painting to life, then maybe. Not taking her eyes off the drawing, she fumbled for her pencils. Breathless, she flipped a new, clean page and hastily began to draw the first thing that came to mind. It was the coffee mug sitting on the nightstand next to her bed. Drawing on her memories of still life class, she drew it in every detail. The smudged rim, the crack in the handle. When she was done, it was as exact as she could make it. Driven by some instinct she didn't quite understand, she reached for the cup and set it down on the paper. Then, very carefully, she began to sketch the runes beside it. Ooh, that is the word. I can't say it. Incongruously is all I got. And that sounds wrong to me. Is that right? Okay. To me it sounded wrong, so I moved on. I know the word. Like, I know it, but, like, saying it, it's kind of like, yeah. Saying it and knowing it are 2 different things. Okay. Chapter 18. The Mortal Cup. Ooh, what page is this? 323. I started on 280, so we're on 323 now. 50 pages? 40? About 40 pages. Jace was lying on his bed, pretending to sleep, for his own benefit, not anyone else's, when the banging on the door finally got to be too much for him. He hauled himself off the bed, wincing. Much as he'd pretended to be fine up in the greenhouse, his whole body still ached from the beating it had taken last night. He knew who it was going to be before he opened the door. Maybe Simon had managed to get himself turned into a rat again. This time Simon could stay a goddamn rat forever for all he, Jace Whalen, was prepared to do about it. She was clutching her sketchpad, her bright hair escaping out of its braids. Ooh! Thanks for the follow. So much for being discreet. Oh, I don't make it discreet at all. What you talking about? Oh, you good. There's a GIF and everything, a GIF or whatever you want to call it. Welcome to the Jam Crew. Yeah! Is he fed?
He is fed.
He's fed? And is he burped?
And he burped.
And he burped? Oh my goodness. GIF. One of the greatest battles. GIF versus GIF. Oh, why'd you put him down in that one?
What?
Why'd you put him in that one?
Where do you want him?
In this one? He's been laying down for hours.
What?
I just smacked your ass on stream. That happened. Hi. You leaving? Bye, baby. You got some milk on your face. You do. You got some milk on your face. Oh, that's a big drool. Oh, your hand's covered. There you go. There you go. You need your book? Here's your book. It's nice and loud compared to Mama's, so. Hopefully you'll be fine. Okay. Sorry. Oh, wish I can move him over. I can shut the door now. Oh. Gets so much quieter. Are you fine with staying right there? Or do you want me to move you over? Yeah. You're starting to blow bubbles. Okay. I'll probably move him over so you can see him. What? Down. Oh, it's under the mat. Woo! Woo! Okay. Now he can be seen as I read in the background. Okay. I feel like I need to redo my hair because it got really bad. You better not fuck this up. You better not fuck this up. Oh. Oop. Okay. It's still crazy. So, it works. My messy bun. It's okay. It works. She was clutching her sketch pad, her bright hair escaping out of its braids. He leaned against the doorframe, ignoring the kick of adrenaline the sight of her produced. He wondered why, not for the first time. Isabel used her beauty like she used her whip, but Clary didn't know she was beautiful at all. Maybe that was why. He could think of only one reason for her to be there, though it made no sense after what he'd said to her. Words were weapons. His father had taught him that, and he'd wanted to hurt Clary more than he'd ever wanted to hurt any girl. In fact, he wasn't sure he had ever wanted to hurt a girl before. Usually he just wanted them, and then wanted them to leave him alone. "Don't tell me," he said, drawing his words out in that way he knew she hated. "Simon's turned himself into an ocelot, and you want me to do something about it before Isabel makes him into a stool." "Well, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. I'm out of commission," he pointed at himself. He was wearing blue pajamas with a hole in the sleeve. "Look, jammies." Clary seemed barely to have heard him. "Jace," she said, "this is important." "Don't tell me," he said. "You've got a drawing emergency. You need a nude model. Well, I'm not in the mood. You could ask Hodge," he added as an afterthought. "I heard he'll do anything for a—" "Jace!" she interrupted him, her voice rising to a scream. "Just shut up for a second and listen, will you?" He blinked. She took a deep breath and looked up at him. Her eyes were full of uncertainty. An unfamiliar urge rose inside him, the urge to put his arms around her and tell her it was all right. He didn't. In his experience, things were rarely all right. "Jace," she said, so softly that he had to lean forward to catch her words. "I think I know where my mother hid the mortal cup. It's inside a painting." ... Okay. "What? What?" Jace was still staring at her as if she'd told him she'd found one of the Silent Brothers doing nude cartwheels in the hallway. "You mean she hid it behind a painting? All the paintings in your apartment were torn out of the frames." "I know." Clary glanced past him into his bedroom. It didn't look like there was anyone else in there, to her relief. "Look, can I come in? I want to show you something." He slouched back from the door. "If you must." She sat down on the bed, balancing her sketch pad on her knees. The clothes he'd been wearing earlier were flung across the covers, but the rest of the room was neat as a monk's chamber. There were no pictures on the wall, no posters or photos of friends or family. The blankets were white and pulled tight and flat across the bed. Not exactly a typical teenager boy's bedroom. If he gets loud, let me know and I'll get louder. Oh, you threw your little yogurt. You threw your little yogurts. He's slowly starting... Whoa. What was that for? He's slowly starting to get into solid foods. Like the ones that'll dissolve, like he doesn't have to chew them. So, he's got little yogurt tabs on his thing. I don't think he knows he can eat them yet. But they're fun for him to test his grabbing skills. And with his point in his development where everything goes in his mouth, it's a small thing that's safe to put in his mouth. He hasn't got there yet. But he has gotten to grabbing them on occasion. So. Okay. Not exactly a typical teenager boy's bedroom. Here, she said, flipping the pages until she found the coffee cup drawing. Look at this. Jace sat down next to her, shoving his discarded t-shirt out of the way. It's a coffee cup. She could hear the irritation in her own voice. I know, it's a coffee cup. I can't wait till you draw something really complicated, like the Brooklyn Bridge or a lobster. You'll probably send me a singing telegram. She ignored him. Look, this is what I wanted you to see. She passed her hand over the drawing, then, with a quick darting motion, reached into the paper. When she drew her hand back a moment later, there was the coffee cup, dangling from her fingers. She had imagined Jace leaping from the bed in astonishment and gasping something like, "Egad!" This didn't happen. Largely, she suspected, because Jace had seen much stranger things in his life, and also because nobody used the word "Egad!" anymore. His eyes widened, though. You did that? She nodded. When? Just now, in my bedroom, after Simon left. His glance sharpened, but he didn't pursue it. You used runes. Which ones? She shook her head, fingering the now blank page. I don't know. They came into my head, and I drew them exactly how I saw them. Ones you saw earlier in the gray book? I don't know. She was still shaking her head. I couldn't tell you. And no one ever showed you how to do this? Your mother, for instance? No. I told you before, my mother always told me there was no such thing as magic. I bet she did teach you, he interrupted, and made you forget it afterwards. Magnus did say your memories would come back slowly. Maybe. Of course. Jace got to his feet and started to pace. It's probably against the law to use runes like that, unless you've been licensed. But that doesn't matter right now. You think your mother put the cup into a painting? Like you just did with that mug? Clary nodded. But not one of the paintings in the apartment. Where else? A gallery? It could be anywhere. Not a painting at all, Clary said. In a card. Jace paused, turning toward her. A card? You remember that tarot deck of Madame Dorothea's? The one my mother painted for her? He nodded. And remember when I drew the Ace of Cups? Later, when I saw the statue of the angel, the cup looked familiar to me. It was because I'd seen it before. On the Ace. My mother painted the mortal cup into Madame Dorothea's tarot deck. Boom. Hi. Hello. What does your thing say? Jewish poop lover? Is that what that says? Who am I reading for? Viewers. I am reading the whole book. Yeah, 100 pages for the stream, for sure. I am halfway through. I'm reading City of Bones, The Mortal Instruments by Cassandra Clare. Cassandra Clare. And I am getting really close. I'm halfway. I say halfway's close. I'm reading to stream, to myself, and now to my baby in the background, so. Hi, welcome in. I'm Jelly. Okay. Boom, mic drop. Where'd it go? Where's the line with the mic drop? Right there. I've always wanted to paint my own tarot deck. That sounds really fun. Okay, Jace was a step behind her because she knew that it would be safe inside these wards, and it was a way she could give it to Dorothea without actually telling her what it was or why she had to keep it hidden. Or even that she had to keep it hidden at all. Dorothea never goes out. She'd never give it away. And your mother was ideally placed to keep an eye on both it and her. Jace sounded almost impressed. Not a bad move. I guess so. Clary fought to control the waver in her voice. I wish she hadn't been so good at hiding it. What do you mean? I mean, if they found it, maybe they would have left her alone. If all they wanted was the cup, they would have killed her, Clary, Jace said. She knew he was telling the truth. These are the same men who killed my father. The only reasons she may still be alive now is that they can't find the cup. Be glad she hid it so well. Yeah, he's gonna do the little sneezes. He does. Yes, he does. He's just adorable in general. He slept most of the day away, so I wonder how much he'll be awake now. Probably all night for stream. That'll be fun. My husband went hunting and left me with the child, and I'm salty about it. Excuse me. I need to wet the whistle. Okay. ... Sorry, I forgot. I just answered the chat. A moke. Oh my god. Without the correction, I had said in my head it put an I. You should paint a D-I-C-K, and I'm like, what? And then I read the next line is deck. I wanted to paint my own tarot deck. I think it'd be so fun. I think dirty. Yes, my mind's in the gutter. It happens. Were you there when I was playing hentai golf emote? Oh my god, that was the best freaking stream ever. Side note. No, so like a really long time ago, I bought those like really, really big, like, smacking ass. I did do that. I clipped it. So, oh yeah, a long time ago I bought the really, really big deck of cards so that I could paint my own tarot deck card. But I started with a small deck of cards and I was painting dragon cards. You should have thought of clipping. It's okay. I did it anyway. I did it. I'll have to go in and edit it, but I clipped it. I've got a clip it button on my Elgato, so. But yeah, if you start clipping things, it'll be so much cooler than me clipping things. Okay. I don't really see what any of this has to do with us, Alex said, looking blearily through his hair. Jace had woken the rest of the Institute's residents at the crack of dawn and dragged them to the library as he said, devise battle strategies. Oh! You okay? Are you okay? Yeah? Are you okay? There you go. Do you want that? You look so out of it. You look so confused. Alec was still in his pajamas. What are you choking on? Yeah? Jesus. Scary. Alec was still in his pajamas. Isabel in a pink peignoir set? Okay. Hodge, in his usual sharp tweed suit, was drinking coffee out of a chipped blue ceramic mug. Only Jace, bright-eyed despite fading bruises, looked really awake. I thought the search for the cup was in the hands of the Clave now. It's just better if we do this ourselves, said Jace impatiently. Hodge and I already discussed it, and that's what we decided. Well, Isabel tucked a pink ribbon braid behind her ear. I'm game. I'm not, Alex said. There are operatives of the Clave in the city right now looking for the cup, passing the information on to them and let them get it. It's not that simple, said Jace. It is that simple. Alex sat forward, frowning. This has nothing to do with us and everything to do with your addiction to danger. Jace shook his head, clearly exasperated. I don't understand why you're fighting me on this. Because he doesn't want you to get hurt, Clary thought, and wondered at this total inability to see what was really going on with Alec. Then again, she'd missed the same thing in Simon. Who was she to talk? Look, Dorothea doesn't trust the Clave, hates them in fact. She doesn't trust us. Oh, wrong person talking. Look, Dorothea doesn't trust the Clave, hates them. In fact, she doesn't trust us. She trusts me, said Clary. I don't know about you. I'm not sure she likes you at all. Jace ignored her. Come on, Alec. It'll be fun. And think of the glory if we bring the Mortal Cup back to Idris. Our names will never be forgotten. I don't care about glory, said Alec, his eyes never leaving Jace's face. I care about not doing anything stupid. In this case, however... Oh, wrong person talking again. Jesus Christ. In this case, however, Jace is right, said Hodge. If the Clave were to come to the sanctuary, it would be a disaster. Dorothea would flee with the cup and would probably never be found. No, Jocelyn clearly wanted only one person to be able to find the cup, and that is Clary, and Clary alone. Then let her go alone, said Alec. Even Isabel gave a little gasp at that. Jace, who had been leaning forward with his hands on the back of the chair, stood up straight and looked at Alec coolly. Only Jace, Clary thought, could look cool in pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. But he pulled it off, probably through sheer force of will. If you're afraid of a few Forsaken, by all means stay home, he said softly. Alec went white. I'm not afraid, he said. Good, said Jace. Then there's no problem, is there? He looked around the room. We're all in this together. Alec mumbled an affirmative, while Isabel shook her head in a vigorous nod. Sure, she said. It sounds fun. I don't know about fun, said Clary, but I'm in, of course. But Clary, Hodge said quickly, if you are concerned about the danger, you don't need to go. We can notify the Clave. No. Oh! What was that? You squealing on me? You become a squealer? Are you a squealer? That's the wrong end. You gotta do this end. Gotta do this end. I don't know if you like the texture of the chewers yet. Do you want it? No, you gotta take it. You gotta take it. Where's your pacifier? There it is. There you go. He wants me to put everything in his mouth, but he's gotta do it at some point. No, Clary said, surprising herself. My mom wanted me to find it. Not Valentine, and not them either. It wasn't the monster she was hiding from, Magnus had said. If she really spent her whole life trying to keep Valentine away from this thing, this is the least I can do. Hodge smiled at her. I think she knew you would say that, he said. Don't worry, anyway, Isabel said. You'll be fine. We can handle a couple of Forsaken. They're crazy, but they're not very smart. And a lot easier to deal with than demons, said Jace. Not so tricksy. Oh, Trixie! Oh, they used the word Trixie! Oh! Trixie. Oh, and we're going to need a car, he added. Preferably a big one. Why? Said Isabel. We've never needed a car before. We've never had to worry about having an immeasurably precious object with us before. I don't want to haul it on the L train, Jace explained. There's taxis, says Isabel, and rental vans. Jace shook his head. I want an environment we control. I don't want to deal with taxi drivers or Monday rental companies when we're doing something this important. Don't you have a driver's license or a car? Alec asked Clary, looking at her with veiled loathing. I thought all mundanes had those. Not when they're 15, Clary said crossly. I was supposed to get one this year, but not yet. Fat lot of use you are. At least my friends can drive, she shot back. Simon's got a license. She instantly regretted saying it. How dare they? How, you tricksy hobbitses. You tricksy hobbitses. What is in your pocket, hobbitses? You're chewing on the wrong end of the pacifier. You're chewing on the wrong end of the pacifier. Huh? There you go. Your book's in your lap, too. Here's your book. Looking around. Does he? Said Jace in an aggravatingly thoughtful tone. But he hasn't got a car, she added quickly. So does he drive his parents' car? Jace asked. Clary sighed. No. Usually he drives Eric's van. Like, to gigs and stuff. Sometimes Eric lets him borrow it for other stuff. Like if he has a date. Jace snorted. He picks up his dates in a van. Ah! You eating your book? You eating your book? No wonder he's such a hit with the ladies. It's a car, Clary said. You're just mad Simon has something you haven't got. He has many things I haven't got, said Jace. Like nearsightedness, bad posture, and an appalling lack of coordination. You know, Clary said, most psychologists agree that hostility is really just sublimated sexual attraction. Oh! What? Oh! Said Jace blithely. That might explain why I so often run into people who seem to dislike me. I don't dislike you, Alex said quickly. Ah! Oh! Snap! Oh! That is because we share a brotherly affection, said Jace, striding over to the desk. He took the black telephone and held it out to Clary. Call him. Call who? Clary said, stalling for time. Eric? He'd never lend me his car. Simon, said Jace. Call Simon and ask him if he'll drive us to your house. Clary made a last effort. Don't you know any Shadowhunters who have cars? In New York? Jace's grin faded. Look, everyone in Idris for the Accords, and anyway, they insist on coming with us. It's this or nothing. Snap. Ooh. Alex like, I like you. I don't dislike you. Too quickly. That's hilarious. Alex like, I don't dislike you. Okay. Sorry. She met his eyes for a moment. There was a challenge in them. And something more. As if he were daring her to explain her reluctance. With a scowl, she stalked over to the desk and snatched the telephone out of his hand. She didn't have to think before dialing. Simon's number was as familiar to her as her own. She braced herself to deal with his mother or his sister, but he picked up on the second ring. Hello. Simon? Silence. Jace was looking at her. Clary squeezed her eyes shut, trying to pretend he wasn't there. It's me, she said. Clary. I know who it is. He sounded irritated. I was asleep, you know. I know. It's early. I'm sorry. She twirled the phone cord around her finger. I need to ask you for a favor. There was another silence before he laughed bleakly. You're kidding. I'm not kidding, she said. We know where the Mortal Cup is, and we're prepared to go get it. The only thing is, we need a car. He laughed again. Sorry. Are you telling me that your demon-slaying buddies need to be driven to their next assignation? What? I thought it was assignment, but it's assignation. I'm gonna assume there's an error. Driven to their next assignment with the forces of darkness. Assignation with the force. I don't know what that means. Oh, snap. You may be dropping a frame or 3. It's a slideshow. An ode to the old flip picture book. Ooh. I was all, oh dang, I'm sorry to hear that. I was all, laggy, is that what was going on? Is it better now? Ooh, I can see my Wi-Fi going in and out. I don't know why. Interesting. I went back up. I guess I'm gonna keep going. I don't know why the Wi-Fi was struggling there for a second. Hopefully it's good now. I can hear you struggling over here, buddy. There's a book. Yeah, it's a bit on and off. It looks like it hasn't gone back down again recently. It could have when I turned around, but it's not anything I can fix when it's doing that. I just gotta like wait it out and it'll stop. There's no one else here using our Wi-Fi unless Tate just walked back in the door. So I don't know. I don't know why it would go back down. The weather is fine outside. So hopefully it just rights itself and we can move on. Okay. You want to be driven to your next assignation with the forces of darkness by my mom? Actually, I thought you could ask Eric if you could borrow the van. Clary, if you think that if we get the mortal cup, I'll have a way to get my mom back. It's the only reason Valentine hasn't killed her or let her go. Simon let out a long, whistling breath. You think it's going to be that easy to make a trade? Clary, I don't know. I don't know either. I just know it's a chance. This thing is powerful, right? In D&D, it's usually better not to mess with powerful objects until you know what they do. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to use it to get my mom back. That doesn't make any sense, Clary. This isn't D&D, Simon, she screamed. It's not a funny game where the worst thing that happens if you get a bad dice roll. This is my mom we're talking about. Yeah. And Valentine could be torturing her. He could kill her. I have to do anything I can to get her back, just like I did for you. Pause. Maybe you're right. I don't know, this isn't really my world. Look, where are we driving to exactly, so I can tell Eric? Don't bring him, she said quickly. I know, he replied with exaggerated patience. I'm not stupid. We're driving to my house. It's in my house. There was a short silence. Bewilderment this time. In your house? I thought your house was full of zombies. Forsaken warriors. They're not zombies. Anyway, Jason and the others can take care of them while I get the cup. I'm hearing banging. Ooh, Steven Universe is playing in the background. Give me 1 second. I am, like, legitimately hearing banging. Hold on. Let me finish this section, because there's a ... section, so. Why do you have to get the cup? He sounded alarmed. Because I'm the only one who can, she said. Pick us up at the corner as soon as you can. He muttered something nearly inaudible, then, fine. She opened her eyes. The world swam before her in a blur of tears. Thanks, Simon, she said. You're a... But he hung up. Boom. ... Okay. I need to go check my house. For activity, I guess, because I'm hearing banging. I'll be right back. Well, I gotta press the be right back button. I was right. The dogs got left in the house. They tore up some trash. They were playing and jumping on things, and that's why I heard the banging, and so I let them out. Okay. Continue. It occurs to me, said Hodge, that the dilemmas of power are always the same. Clary glanced at him sideways. What do you mean? She sat on the window seat in the library, Hodge in his chair with Hugo on the armrest. The remains of breakfast, sticky jam, toast crumbs, and smears of butter, clung to a stack of plates on the low table that no one had seemed inclined to clear away. After breakfast, they had scattered to prepare themselves, and Clary had been the first one back. This was hardly surprising, considering that all she had to do was pull on jeans and a shirt and run a brush through her hair, while everyone else had to arm themselves heavily. Having lost Jace's dagger in the hotel, the only remotely supernatural object she had on her was the witchlight stone in her pocket. I was thinking of your Simon, Hodge said, and of Alec and Jace, among others. She glanced out the window. It was raining. Thick, fat drops splattered across the panes. The sky was an impenetrable gray. What do they have to do with each other? Where there is feeling that is not requited, said Hodge, there is an imbalance of power. It is an imbalance that is easy to exploit, but it is not a wise course. Where there is love, there is often also hate. They can exist side by side. Simon doesn't hate me. He might grow to, over time, if he felt you were using him. Hodge held up a hand. I know you do not intend to, and in some cases necessity trumps nicety of feeling, but the situation has put me in mind of another. Do you still have that photograph I gave you? Clary shook her head. Not on me. It's back in my room. I could go get it. No, Hodge said. Whoa! Yes! We're the gifted subs! Good, thanks, Smoke. Look, Muse, you now have a sub. It's so exciting! Yay! It was perfect timing too with his scream. Yeah, yeah. As soon as I turned away, it was boom. Here you go. I wasn't smiling at Mama. Whoa. Aw, yeah. Okay. Yay, with the emotes. Love it, love it. Ooh, my emote wall's really small on this one. I was like, why were they so small? Yeah. Okay. Yay, now it's bigger. Okay. Perfect, it's all fixed. Yay! Okay. I lost my spot. Where am I at? Oh, yes. No. Hodge stroked Hugo's ebony felt ears. When your mother was young, she had a best friend, just as you have Simon. They were as close as siblings. In fact, they were often mistaken for brother and sister. As they grew old, it became clear to everyone around them that he was in love with her. But she never saw it. She always called him a friend. Clary stared at Hodge. Do you mean Luke? Yes, said Hodge. Lucian always thought he and Jocelyn would be together. When she met and loved Valentine, he could not bear it. After they were married, he left the circle, disappeared, and let us think that he was dead. He never even hinted at anything like that, Clary said. All these years, he could have asked her. He knew what the answer would be, said Hodge, looking past her toward the rain-spattered skylight. Lucien was never the sort of man who would have deluded himself. No, he contented himself with being near her, assuming, perhaps, that over time her feelings might change. But if he loved her, why did he tell those men he didn't care what happened to her? Why did he refuse to let them tell him where she was? As I said before, where there is love, there is also hatred, said Hodge. She hurt him badly all those years ago. She turned her back on him, and yet he has played her faithful lapdog ever since, never remonstrating, never accusing, never confronting her with his feelings. Perhaps he saw an opportunity to turn the tables, to hurt her as he'd been hurt. Luke wouldn't do that, but Clary was remembering his icy tone as he told her not to ask him for favors. She saw the hard look in his eyes as he faced Valentine's men. That wasn't the Luke she'd known, the Luke she'd grown up with. That Luke would never have wanted to punish her mother for not loving him enough in the right way. But she did love him, Clary said, speaking aloud without realizing it. It just wasn't the same way he loved her. Isn't that enough? Perhaps he didn't think so. He's just squealing back there. What will happen after we get the cup, she said. How will we reach Valentine to let him know we have it? Hugo will find him. The rain smashed against the windows. Clary shivered. I'm going to get a jacket, she said, slipping off the window seat. She found her green and pink hoodie stuffed down at the bottom of her backpack. Well, don't choke yourself. Don't choke yourself. There you go. Oh, here's your book. Oh. When she pulled it out, she heard something crinkle. It was the photograph of the circle, her mother and Valentine. She looked at it for a long moment before slipping it back into the bag. When she returned to the library, the others were all gathered there. Hodge sitting watchfully with Hugo on his shoulder, Jace in all black, Isabel with her demon-stomping boots and gold whip, and Alec with a quiver of arrows strapped across his shoulder and a leather bracer sheathing his right arm from wrist to elbow. What you keep doing that for, huh? What you keep doing that for? Huh? What you keep doing that for? Wow. Wow. Everyone but Hodge was covered in freshly applied marks, every inch of bare skin inked with swirling patterns. Jace had his left sleeve pulled up, chin on his shoulder, and was frowning as he scrawled an octagonal mark on the skin of his upper arm. Alec looked over at him. You're messing it up, he said. Let me do that. I'm left-handed, Jace pointed out, but he spoke mildly and held his steel out. Alec looked relieved as he took it, as if he had been sure until now that he was forgiven for his earlier behavior. It's a basic erots, Jace said as Alec bent his dark head over Jace's arm, carefully tracing the lines of the healing rune. Jace winced as the steel slid over his skin, his eyes half closing and his fist tightening until the muscles in his left arm stood out like cords. By the angel, Alec. I'm trying to be careful, said Alec, but he let go of Jace's arm and stepped back to admire his handiwork. There. Jace unclenched his fist, lowering his arm. Whoa. Whoa. Thanks. He seemed to sense Clary's presence then, glancing over at her, his gold eyes narrowing. Clary. You look ready, she said, as Alec, suddenly flushed, moved away from Jace and busied himself with his arrows. We are, Jace said. Do you still have that dagger I gave you? No, I lost it in the Dumort, remember? That's right. Jace looked at her, pleased. Nearly killed a werewolf with it. I remember. Isabel, who had been standing by the window, rolled her eyes. Wow. You're missing it. Went too far. Ooh, you're rubbing your face like you're tired. Doesn't make any sense. All you've been doing is sleeping. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. All you've been doing is sleeping. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And there's these toys too if you want them. Okay. Isabel, who had been standing by the window, rolled her eyes. I forgot that's what gets you all hot and bothered, Jace. Girls killing things. I like anyone killing things, he said equably, especially me. Clary glanced anxiously toward the clock on the desk. We should go downstairs. Simon will be here any minute. Hodge stood up from his chair. He looked very tired, Clary thought, as if he hadn't slept in days. Just chewing away. Give him a blanket. Just in case he wants to fall asleep. Excuse me. Hodge stood up. Oh, yes. May the angel watch over you all, he said, and Hugo rose up from his shoulder into the air, cawing loudly, just as the noon bells began to ring. Da da da. It was still drizzling when Simon pulled the van up at the corner and honked twice. Clary's heart leapt. It says leaped, but I feel like it should be leapt. Clary's heart leapt. Some part of her had been worried that he wasn't going to show up. Jace squinted through the dripping rain. The four of them had taken shelter under a carved stone cornice. That's the van? It looks like a rotting banana. It was undeniable. Eric had painted the van a neon shade of yellow, and it was blotched with dings and rust like splotches of decay. Simon honked again. Clary could see him, a blurred shape through the wet windows. She sighed and pulled her hood up to cover her hair. Let's go. They splashed through the filthy puddles that had collected on the pavement, Isabel's enormous boots making a satisfying noise every time she put her feet down. Simon, leaving the motor idling, crawled into the back to pull the doors aside, revealing seats whose upholstery had half rotted through. Dangerous-looking springs poked through the gaps. Isabel wrinkled her nose. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Here you go. Where is it? Is it safe to sit? Safer than being strapped to the roof, said Ryman pleasantly, which is your other option. He nodded a greeting to Jason and Alec, ignoring Clary completely. Hey. Hey, indeed, said Jace, and lifted the rattling canvas duffel bag that held their weapons. Where can we put these? Simon directed him to the back, where the boys usually kept their musical instruments, while Alec and Isabel crawled into the van's interior and perched on the seats. Shotgun, announced Clary as Jace came back around the side of the van. Alec grabbed for his bow strapped across his back. Where? She means she wants the front seat, said Jace, pushing wet hair out of his eyes. That's a nice bow, said Simon with a nod toward Alec. Alec blinked, rain running off his eyelashes. Do you know much about archery? He asked in a tone that suggested he doubted it. I did archery at camp, said Simon, 6 years running. The response to this was 3 blank stares and a supportive smile from Clary, which Simon ignored. He glanced up at the lowering sky. We should go before it starts pouring again. The front seat of the car was covered in Dorito wrappers and Pop-Tart crumbs. Clary brushed away what she could. Simon put his foot down on the gas pedal before she'd finished, flinging her back against the seat. Ouch, she said reprovingly. Reprovingly. Yeah. Hi, Allegrata. Hello. How are you doing? I'm reading, so if I don't see your chats real quickly, that's what's going on. Reading City of Bones by Cassandra Clare. I think I'm on chapter 18? 17? Something? Got baby in the background, as you can hear. Was working on Lore Master. Ooh, love it, love it. Oh, what are you doing? Huh? What you doing? You twisting? You turning? Where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah. It is a good book. I'm enjoying it. Okay, we're at 339. So, like 21 more, 41 more pages. Ugh, okay. Sorry, he didn't look at her. Clary could hear the others talking softly in the back amongst themselves, probably discussing battle strategies and the best way to behead a demon without getting ichor or your new leather boots. Though there was nothing separating the front seat from the rest of the van, Clary felt the awkward silence between her and Simon, as if they were alone. So what's with that hey thing, she asked as Simon maneuvered the car onto the FDR Parkway, the highway that ran alongside the East River. What hey thing, he replied, cutting off a black SUV whose occupant, a suited man with a cell phone in his hand, made an obscene gesture at them through the tinted windows. The hey thing that guys always do, like when you saw Jason Alec, you said hey, and they said hey back. What's wrong with hello? What's wrong with Mr. over here? She thought she saw a muscle twitch in his cheek. Hello is girly, he informed her. Real men are terse, laconic. So the more manly you are, the less you say? Right, Simon nodded. Past him, she could see the humid fog lowering over the East River, shrouding the waterfront in the feathery gray mist. The water itself was the color of lead, churned to a whipped cream consistency by the steady wind. Oh, I don't know who's talking at the moment. What you doing? You chewing it wrong? You look like you're uncomfortable at the moment, mister. Wow. Is that better? Where's your chew ring, huh? Where's your chew ring? Huh? Where's your chew ring? Huh? 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 Ooh, he smell bad. Give me a second, I'm about to change a diaper. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. It really slows down the reading process when I'm with Ezra. He is on the floor. He's wanting to roll around, so I'm going to let him roll around if he can. So, no. Okay. So, no, get down. We don't do cats. Don't do cats on the desk. No, 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 no. Okay. So, that's why when major badasses greet each other in movies, they don't say anything. They just nod. The nod means, I am a badass and I recognize that you too are a badass. But they don't say anything because they're Wolverine and Magneto and it would mess up their vibe to explain. I have no idea what you're talking about, said Jace from the back seat. Good, Clary said, and was rewarded by the smallest of smiles from Simon as he turned the van onto the Manhattan Bridge, heading toward Brooklyn and home. Yo, really? That's all? ... Okay. Oh, look, he rolled over. And he got his toy. Woohoo! Perfect. By the time they reached Clary's house, it had finally stopped raining. Threaded beams of sunlight were burning away the remnants of mist, and the puddles on the sidewalk were drying. Jace, Alec, and Isabel made Simon and Clary wait by the van while they went to check, as Jace said, the demonic activity levels. Simon watched as the 3 shadow hunters headed up the rose-lined walkway to the house. Demonic activity levels. Do they have a device that measures whether the demons inside the house are doing power yoga? No, Clary said, pushing her damp hood back so she could enjoy the feel of the sunlight on her draggled hair. The sensor tells them how powerful the demons are, if there are any demons. Simon looked impressed. That is useful. She turned to him. Simon, about last night. He held up a hand. We don't have to talk about it. In fact, I'd rather not. Just let me say one thing, she spoke quietly. I know that when you said you loved me, what I said back wasn't what you wanted to hear. True. I'd always hoped that when I finally said I'd love you to a girl, she'd say, I know, back, like Leia did to Han in Return of the Jedi. That's so geeky, Clary said, unable to help herself. She glared at him. Sorry, or he glared at her. Sorry, she said. Look, Simon, No, he said. You look, Clary. Look at me and really see me. Can you do that? She looked at him, looked at the dark eyes, fleckled with light color toward the outside edge of his iris, at the familiar, slightly uneven eyebrows, the long lashes, the dark hair, and hesitating smile and graceful musical hands that were all part of Simon, who was part of her. If she had to tell the truth, would she really say that she'd never known that he loved her? Or just that she'd never known what she would do about it if he did? She sighed. Seeing through glamour is easy. It's people that are hard. We all see what we want to see, he said quietly. Not Jace, she said, unable to help herself, thinking of those clear, impassive eyes. Him more than anyone. She frowned. What do you... All right, said Jace's voice, interrupting them. Clary turned hastily. We've checked all 4 corners of the house. Nothing. Low activity. Probably just the Forsaken, and they might not even bother us unless we try getting into the upstairs apartment. And if they do, said Isabel, her grin as glittering as her whip, we'll be ready for them. Alec dragged the heavy canvas bag out of the back of the van, dropping it on the sidewalk. Ready to go, he announced. Let's kick some demon butt. Jace looked at him like a little oddly. You all right? Fine. Not looking at him, Alex discarded his bow and arrow in favor of a polished wooden feather staff with 2 glittering blades that appeared at a light touch from his fingers. This is better. Isabel looked at her brother with concern. But the bow... Alec cut her off. I know what I'm doing, Isabel. The bow lay across the back seat, gleaming in the sunlight. Simon reached for it, then drew his hand back as a laughing group of young women pushed strollers headed up the street in the direction of the park. They took no notice of the 3 heavily armed teenagers crouching by the yellow van. How come I can see you guys? Simon asked. What happened to that invisibility magic of yours? You can see us, said Jace, because now you know the truth of what you're looking at. Yeah, said Simon. I guess I do. He protested a little when they asked him to stay by the van, but Jason pressed upon him the importance of having a getaway vehicle idling by the curb. Sunlight's fatal to demons. Ooh, okay. Sunlight's fatal to demons, but it won't hurt the Forsaken. What if they chase us? What if the car gets towed? The last Clary saw of Simon as she turned away from the front porch was his long legs propped up on the dashboard as he sorted through Eric's CD collection. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least Simon was safe. I must tap out and get some sleep. I was nice meeting you, and thanks for the chill reading vibes to help wind down my day. Yeah, of course, Muse. Have a good night. I'm so sorry. That was a coughing fit. I hope you have a great rest of your night. You get a lot of sleep because you need it with that whole 17-hour plus shift thing. That's awful. So, have a good night. Or sleep. I don't know what time of the day it is. Have a good sleep. The smell hit her the moment they walked through the front door. It was almost indescribable, like spoiled eggs and maggoty meat and seaweed rotting on a hot beach. Isabel wrinkled her nose and Alec turned greenish, but Jace looked as if he were inhaling rare perfume. Demons have been here, he announced with cold delight. Recently, too. Clary looked at him anxiously. But they're not still. No, he shook his head. We would have sensed it. Still. He jerked his chin at Dorothea's door, tightly shut without a wisp of light peeking from underneath. She might have some questions to answer if the Clave hears she's been entertaining demons. I doubt the Clave will be too pleased about any of this, said Isabel. On balance, she'll probably come out of it better than we do. They won't care as long as we get the cup in the end. Alec was glancing around, blue eyes taking in the sizable foyer, the curved staircase leading upstairs, the stains on the wall. Especially if we slaughter a few Forsaken while we do it. Jace shook his head. They're in the upstairs apartment. My guess is that they won't bother unless we try to get in. Isabel blew a sticky strand of hair out of her face and frowned at Clary. What are you waiting for? Clary glanced involuntarily at Jace, who gave her a sideways smile. Go ahead, said his eyes. Wow! Oh, look at you! You rolled so far away! Oh my goodness! Maybe I should put you at the other end of the blanket. Wow! There we go. And all you're gonna do is roll that way. Oh, look at that. Pushed it forward. he got pretty far. Oh my goodness. You're tilted the wrong way, buddy. You're tilted the wrong way. And then he rolled. She moved across the foyer toward Dorothea's door, stepping carefully with the skylight blackened with dirt and the entryway light bulb still out. The only illumination came from Jace's witchlight. Whoa! The air was hot and close, and the shadows seemed to rise up before her like magically fast-growing plants in a nightmare forest. She reached up to knock on Dorothea's door, once lightly, and then again with more force. It swung open, spilling a great wash of golden light into the foyer. Dorothea stood there, massive and imposing in swaths of green and orange. Today, her turban was neon yellow, adorned with a stuffed canary and a rick-rack trim. Chandelier earrings bobbed against her hair, and her big feet were bare. Clary was surprised. She'd never seen Dorothea barefoot before, or wearing anything other than her faded carpet slippers. Her toenails were a pale and very tasteful shell pink. Clary, she explained, and swept Clary into an overwhelming embrace. For a moment Clary struggled, embroiled in a sea of perfumed flesh, swaths of velvet, and the tasseled ends of Dorothea's shawl. Good Lord, girl, said the witch, shaking her head until her earrings swung like wild chimes in a storm. The last time I saw you, you were disappearing through my portal. Where'd you end up? Williamsburg, said Clary, catching her breath. Dorothea's eyebrows shot skyward. And they say there's no convenient public transportation in Brooklyn. She swung the door open and gestured for them to come in. The place looked unchanged from the last time Clary had seen it. There were the same tarot cards and crystal balls scattered on the table. Her fingers itched for the cards, itched to snatch them up and see what might lie hidden inside their slickly painted surfaces. Wow, look where you went. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Over here. I'm going to put a toy along the whole route that you have to get to. Maybe he lost his pacifier. That's okay. It's a baby obstacle course. I made a baby obstacle course. Woo. It just keeps rolling. It just keeps rolling. It's too far away. Oh my goodness. What's wrong? Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Oh my goodness. Oh, ouch. That was your head in my shoulder. That's my book. Don't touch the book. No touch the book. Sorry, Bubs. You can't touch the book. You can't touch the book. Sorry, Bubs. Sorry, Bubs. Dorothea sank gratefully into an armchair and regarded the shadow hunters with a stare as beady as the eyes of the stuffed canary on her hat. Scented candles burned in dishes on either side of the table, which did little to dispel the thick stench permeating every inch of the house. I take it you haven't located your mother? She asked Clary. Clary shook her head. No, but I know who took her. Dorothea's eyes darted past Clary to Alec and Isabel, who were examining the hand of fate on the wall. Jace, looking supremely unconcerned at his role of bodyguard, lounged against a chair arm. Satisfied that none of her belongings were being destroyed, Dorothea returned her gaze to Clary. Was it Valentine? Clary confirmed. Yes, Dorothea sighed. I feared as much. She settled back against the cushions. Do you know what he wants with her? I know she was married to him. The witch grunted. Love gone wrong. The worst. They're the worst. Okay, babies. Am I gonna give you back to your seat because you want to just grab everything? Back to the seat. Everything is at. Just moving around the room. Yeah. Okay. Jace made a soft, almost inaudible noise at that, a chuckle. Dorothy's ears prickled like a cat's. What's so funny, boy? What would you know about it? He said. Love, I mean. Oh my goodness, if you're going to yell in the background, this is not going to work. I don't think I'm going to reach 100 pages. I'm not going to be able to read and listen to him yell. Ha! That's why I'm pissed at Tate. There you go. He ate it like 4? What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you tired? I changed you. You've been fed. You can't touch my book, sadly, buddies. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Dorothy folded her soft white hands in her lap. More than you might think, she said. Didn't I read your tea leaves, Shadow Hunter? Have you fallen in love with the wrong person yet? Jace said, Unfortunately, no, my one true love remains myself. Dorothea roared at that. At least, she said, you don't have to worry about rejection, Jace Wayland. Not necessarily. I'd turn myself down occasionally, just to keep it interesting. Dorothea roared again. Clary interrupted her. You must be wondering why we're here, Madame Dorothea. Dorothea subsided, wiping at her eyes. I assumed, she said, that you came for the pleasure of my company. Was I wrong? I don't have time for the pleasure of anyone's company. I have to help my mother, and to do that, there's something I need. And what's that? It's something called the Mortal Cup, Clary said, and Valentine thought my mother had it. That's why he took her. Dorothea looked well and truly astonished. The cup of the angel, she said, disbelief coloring her voice. Raziel's cup, in which he mixed the blood of angels and the blood of men and gave of this mixture to a man to drink, and created the first shadow hunter. That would be the one, said Jace, a little dryness in his tone. Why on earth would he think she had it? Dorothea demanded. Jocelyn, of all people. Realization dawned on her face before Clary could speak. Because she wasn't Jocelyn Frey at all, of course, she said. She was Jocelyn Fairchild, his wife. The one everyone thought had died. She took the cup and fled, didn't she? Oh, I just got chills. Ooh. We're a little sideways, aren't we, Bibbas? Okay. Something flickered in the back of the witch's eyes then, but she lowered her lids so quickly that Clary thought she might have imagined it. So, Dorothea said, do you know what you're going to do now? Wherever she's hidden it, it can't be easy to find, if you ever want it found. Valentine can do terrible things with his hands on that cup. I want it found, said Clary. We want to... Jace cut her off smoothly. We know where it is, he said. It's only a matter of retrieving it. Dorothea's eyes widened. Well, where is it? Here, said Jace, in a tone so smug that Isabel and Alec wandered over from their perusal of the bookcase to see what was going on. Here? You mean you have it with you? Not exactly, said Jace, who was, Clary felt, enjoying himself in a truly appalling manner. I meant that you have it. Dorothea's mouth snapped shut. That's not funny, she said so sharply that Clary began worried that she was all going terribly wrong. Why did Jace always have to antagonize everyone? You do have it, Clary interrupted hurriedly, but not... Dorothea rose from the armchair to her full, magnificent height and glowered down at them. "You are mistaken," she said coldly, "both in imagining that I have the cup and in daring to come here and call me a liar." Alec's hand went to his feather staff. "Oh boy," he said under his breath. Baffled, Clary shook her head. "No," she said quickly, "I'm not calling you a liar, I promise. I'm saying that the cup is here, but you never knew it." Madame Dorothea stared at her. Her eyes, nearly hidden in the folds of her face, were hard as marble. "Explain yourself," she said. "I'm saying my mother hid it in here," said Clary, "years ago. She never told you because she didn't want to involve you. So she gave it to you in disguise," Jace explained, "in the form of a gift." Dorothea looked at him blankly. "Doesn't she remember?" Clary thought, puzzled. "The tarot deck," she said. "The cards she painted for you." The witch's gaze went to the cards, lying in their silk wrappings on the table. The cards! As her gaze widened, Clary stepped to the table and picked up the deck. They were warm to the touch, almost slippery. Now, as she had not been able to before, she felt the power from the runes painted on their backs pulsing through the tips of her fingers. She found the Ace of Cups by touch and pulled it out, setting the rest of the cards back down on the table. "Here it is," she said. They were all looking at her, expectant, perfectly still. Slowly, she turned the card over, looked again at her mother's artwork, the slim painted hand, its fingers wrapping around the gold stem of the mortal cup. "Jace," she said, "give me your steel." He pressed it, warm and alive feeling, into her palm. She turned the card over and traced over the runes painted on its back. A twist here and a line there, and they meant something entirely different. When she turned the card back over, the picture had subtly changed. The fingers had released their grip on the cup stem, and the hand seemed almost to be offering the cup to her, as if to say, "Here, take it." She slid the steel into her pocket. Then, though the painted square was no bigger than her hand, she reached into it as if through a wide gap. Her hand wrapped around the base of the cup, her fingers closed on it, and as she drew her hand back, the cup gripped firmly in it. She thought she heard the smallest of sighs before the card, now blank and empty, turned to ash, and that sifted away between her fingers to the carpeted floor. Woohoo! End of chapter 18. Oh my goodness, Becky, look at her butt. Don't she? You gotta stay standing up, Bubs. You gotta stay standing up. Stand up. Okay. He was doing good while I was reading there, but I don't know how long that'll last.
Mm-hmm.
Got very interested by my cup of water there. At 6 months, so here shortly, you'll start being able to drink water from a sippy cup. So, that's exciting. Okay. Chapter 19, Abaddon. Clary wasn't sure what she'd expected. Exclamations of delight, perhaps a smattering of applause. We're on page 349. So, instead there was silence, broken only when Jace said, "Somehow, I thought it would be bigger." Should probably shut this door with the AC running, so I don't have to speak so loudly. Clary looked at the cup in her hand. It was the size, perhaps, of an ordinary wine glass, only much heavier. Power thrummed through it, like blood through living veins. "It's a perfectly nice size," she said indignantly. "Oh, it's big enough," he said patronizingly. "But somehow I was expecting something, you know." He gestured with his hands, indicating something roughly the size of a house cat. "It's the mortal cup, Jace, not the mortal toilet bowl," said Isabel. "Are we done now? Can we go?" Dorothea had her head cocked to one side, her beady eyes bright and interested. But it's damaged, she explained. How did that happen? Damaged? Clary looked at the cup in bewilderment. It looked fine to her. Here, said the witch, let me show you. And she took a step toward Clary, holding her long, red-nailed hands out for the cup. Clary, without knowing why, shrank back. Suddenly, Jace was between them, his hand hovering near the sword at his waist. No offense, he said calmly, but nobody touches the mortal cup except us. Dorothea looked at him for a moment, and that same strange blankness returned to her eyes. Now, she said, let's not be hasty. Valentine would be displeased if anything were to happen to the cup. With a soft snick, the sword at Jace's waist came free, the point hovering just below Dorothea's chin. Jace's look was steady. I don't know what this is about, he said, but we're leaving. The old woman's eyes gleamed. Of course, Shadowhunter, she said, backing up to the curtain wall. Would you like to use the portal? The point of Jace's sword wavered as he stared in the momentary confusion. Then Clary saw his jaw tighten. Don't touch that, Dorothy chuckled, and as quick as a flash she jerked down the curtains hanging along the wall. They fell with a sound of soft collapse. The portal behind them was open. What are you trying to get to? Oh, you drooled all over my sleeve, mister. Clary heard Alec behind her, suck in his breath. What is that? Clary had caught only a glimpse of what was visible through the door. Red, roiling clouds shot through with black lightning and a terrible dark, rushing shape that hurtled toward them. When Jace shouted for them to get down, he dropped to the floor, yanking Clary down with him. Flat on her stomach on the carpet, she lifted her head in time to see that the rushing black thing strike Madame Dorothea, who screamed, thrusting her arms upward. Rather than knocking her down, the dark thing wrapped her like a shroud, its blackness seeming to seep into her like ink sinking into paper. Her back humped monstrously, her whole shape elongating as she rose and rose into the air, her bulk stretching and reforming. A sharp rattle of objects striking the floor made Clary look down. They were Dorothea's bracelets, twisted and broken. Scattered among the jewels were what looked like small white stones. It took Clary a moment to realize they were teeth. Beside her, Jace whispered something. It sounded like an exclamation of disbelief. Next to him, Alec in a choked voice said, But you said there wasn't much demonic activity. You said the levels were low. They were low, Jace growled. Your version of low must be different from mine, Alec shouted, as the thing that had once been Dorothea howled and twisted. It seemed to be spread, humped, and nobbled, and grotesquely misshapen. Clary tore her eyes away as Jace stood, pulling her after him. Isabel and Alex stumbled to their feet, gripping their weapons. The hand holding Isabella's whip was trembling slightly. Move! Jace shoved Clary toward the apartment door. When she tried to look back over her shoulder, she saw only a thickening, swirling grayness, like storm clouds, a dark shape at its center. The four of them burst out into the foyer, Isabel in the lead. Okay. Bless you. One more? Bless you. There you go. She raced toward the front door, tried it, and turned with a stricken face. It's resistant. It must be a spell. Wow. What's wrong? What's wrong now, mister? Oh, it's my babies, my babies, my babies. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with Beba things. Got to keep the Bebas happy. Happy life is not a happy wife. It's a happy Beba. Come Because without a happy baby, the wife is not happy, the husband is not happy, the animals need attention, but we won't give it to them because the baby's not happy. Yeah, huh? Yeah, huh? Yeah, huh? 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 What if I laid you down, huh? I doubt you're getting tired, but like, I can't do this all night. I can't. I got to finish my pages. Ooh-wee. Whoa. 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 Wow, that's aggressive. The vibrator is so aggressive, huh? Yeah, here you go. You can play with the toys. You got your chews. Here's a chew toy. Chew toy. God is a chew toy. He's got a vibrating rocker and a chew toy. It looks like I'm getting close. It doesn't feel like I'm getting close, but I am getting close. Jay swore and fumbled in his jacket. Where the hell is my steel? Oh, where the hell is my steel? I have it, Clary said, remembering. As she reached for her pocket, a noise like thunder exploded through the room. The floor heaved under her feet. She stumbled and nearly fell, catching at the banister for support. When she looked up, she saw a gaping new hole in the wall separating the foyer from Dorothea's apartment, lined all around its ragged edges with wood and plaster rubble, through which something was climbing, almost oozing. Alec! It was Jay shouting. Alec was standing in front of the hole, white-faced and horrified-looking. Swearing, Jace ran up and grabbed him, dragging him back as the oozing thing pulled itself free of the wall and into the foyer. Ooh, us the peoples be live. I'll go open them here in a second. Clary heard her breath catch. The creature's flesh was livid and bruised-looking. Through the seeping skin, bones protruded. Not new white bones, but bones that looked as if they had been in the earth 1,000 years, black and cracked and filthy. Its fingers were stripped and skeletal, its thin-fleshed arms poked with dripping black sores, through which more yellowing bone was visible. Its face was a skull, its nose and eyes carved in holes. Its taloned fingers brushed the floor. Tangled around its wrists and shoulders were bright swatches of cloth, all that remained of Madame Dorothea's silk scarves and turban. It was at least 9 feet tall. It looked down at the 4 teenagers with empty eye sockets. "Give me," it said in a voice that the wind blowed trash across empty pavement, "the mortal cup. Give it to me, and I will let you live." I don't know what kind of voice to do that. It sounds like wind blowing trash across empty pavement. Give, what the fuck was that? Give me the mortal cup. I don't know how to, okay, just give me the mortal cup. Give it to me, and I will let you live. I don't fucking know what to do with that voice. It's fine. A Smeagol. I need a Smeagol. Hobbitses. Give me the mortal cup. Give it to me, and I will let you live. I'm moving on. Panicked, Clary stared at the others. Isabel looked as if the sight of the thing had hit her like a punch to the stomach. Alec was motionless. It was Jace, as always, who spoke. "What are you?" he asked, voice steady, though he looked more rattled than Clary had ever seen him. The thing inclined its head. "I am Abaddon. I am the demon of the abyss. Mine are the empty places between the worlds. Mine is the wind and the howling darkness. I am as unlike those mewling things you call demon, as an eagle is unlike a fly. You cannot hope to defeat me. Give me the cup or die." Interesting. He rhymes. There's your pacifier. There you go. There you go. Whoa! Ah! Tipping. Okay. That was scary. Scary, I almost tipped. Okay. Isabel's whip trembled. It's a greater demon, she said. Jace, if we... What about Dorothea? Clary's voice came shrilly out of her mouth before she could stop it. What happened to her? The demon's empty eyes swung to regard her. She was a vessel only, it said. She opened the portal, and I took possession of her. Her death was swift. Its gaze moved to the cup in her hand. Yours will not be. It began to move toward her. Jace blocked its way, the glittering sword in one hand, a seraph blade appearing in the other. Alec was watching him, his expression sick with horror. By the angel, Jace said, looking the demon up and down. I knew greater demons were meant to be ugly, but no one ever warned me about the smell. Abaddon opened its mouth and hissed. Inside its mouth were 2 rows of jagged, glass-sharp teeth. I'm not so sure about this wind and howling darkness business, Jace went on. Smells more like landfill to me. You sure you're not from Staten Island? The demon leaped at him. Jace whipped his blades up and outward with an almost frightening speed. Both sank into the fleshiest part of the demon, its abdomen. It howled and struck at him, knocking him aside the way a cat might bat aside a kitten. Jace rolled and got to his feet, but Clary could see the way he was holding his arm that he'd been hurt. That was enough for Isabel. Darting forward, she lashed out at the demon with her whip. It struck the demon's gray hide, and a red wheal appeared, welling blood. Abaddon ignored her, moving toward Jace. With his uninjured hand, Jace threw out a second seraph blade. He whispered to it, and it sprung free, bright and gleaming. He raised it as the demon loomed up before him. He looked impossibly small in front of it, a child dwarfed by a monster. And he was grinning, even as the demon reached for him. Isabel screamed, lashed at it, sending blood in a thick spray across the floor. The demon struck, its razored hand slashing down at Jace. Jace staggered back, but he was unharmed. Something had thrown itself between him and the demon, a slim black shadow with a gleaming blade in its hand. Alec. I don't know if he's tired or not. He didn't sleep all day, but he gets so irritated. Okay. The demon shrieked. Alec's feather staff had pierced its skin. With a snarl, it struck again, bone talons catching Alec in a vicious blow that lifted him off his feet and hurled him against the far wall. He struck with a thickening crunch and slid to the floor. Isabel screamed her brother's name. He didn't move. Lowering the whip, she started to run to him. The demon, turning, caught her a backhanded blow that sent her spinning to the ground. Coughing blood, Isabel started to get to her feet. Abaddon knocked her down again, and this time she lay still. The demon moved toward Clary. Jace stood frozen, staring at Alec's crumpled body like someone caught in a dream. Clary screamed as Abaddon neared her. She began to back up the stairs, stumbling on the broken steps. The steel burned against her skin. If only she had a weapon. Anything. Isabel had clawed her way into a sitting position. Pushing her bloody hair back, she screamed at Jace. Clary heard her own name and Isabel's scream, and saw Jace, blinking as if slapped awake, spin toward her. He began to run. The demon was close enough now that Clary could see the black sores on its skin, could see that there were things crawling inside them. It reached for her. But Jace was there, knocking Abaddon's hand aside. He flung the seraph blade at the demon. It stuck in the creature's chest, next to the 2 blades already there. The demon snarled as if the blades were no more than an annoyance. Shadow Hunter, it snarled. I shall take pleasure in killing you, and hearing your bones crunch as your friends did. Springing onto the banister, Jace flung himself at Abaddon, the force of the jump knocking the demon backward. It staggered, Jace clinging to its back.
He seized the seraph blade out of its chest, sending up a spray of ichor, and brought the blade down again and again into the demon's back, its shoulders running with black fluid. Snarling, Abaddon backed toward the wall. Jace had to drop or be crushed. He fell to the ground, landing lightly, and raised the blade again. But Abaddon was too swift for him. Its hand lashed out, knocking Jace to the stairs. Jace went down, a circle of talons at his throat. "Tell them to give me the cup," Abaddon snarled, talons hovering just above Jace's skin. What? The worst timing, mister. The worst timing. The worst timing. It's getting heated. Getting heated. What's wrong? You don't want it? You don't want it? I'm trying to finish the book. I am. Okay. Jeez, I'm so close, Ezra. I'm so close. I'm so close. Will you take pacifier? And then hang out with your book? Or with your teething? Your teething toy? Chew toy? One of the two. Abaddon snarled, talons hovering just above Jace's skin. "Tell them to give it to me, and I will let them live." Jace swallowed. Clary. But Clary would never know what he could have said, because at that moment the front door flew open. For a moment all she saw was brightness. Then, blinking away the fiery after-image, she saw Simon standing in the open doorway. Simon. She'd forgotten he was outside, had almost forgotten he existed. He saw her, crouched on the stairs, and his gaze moved past her and over Abaddon and Jace. Oh no! Oh, you just pulled it out. Well, don't turn like that, mister. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me fix it. For a moment, all she saw was brightness, then blinking away the fiery after-image, she saw Simon standing in the open doorway. Okay. He saw her crouched on the stairs, and his gaze moved past her and over Abaddon and Jace. He reached back over his shoulder. He was holding Alec's bow, she realized, and the quiver was strapped across his back. He drew an arrow from it, fitted it to the string, and lifted the bow expertly, as if he had done the same thing 100 times before. The arrow sprang free and made a hot, buzzing sound like a huge bumblebee as it shot over Abaddon's head, plunging toward the roof, and shattered the skylight. Dirty black glass fell like rain, and through the broken pane streamed sunlight, qualities of sunlight, great golden bars of it stabbing downward and flooding the foyer with light. Abaddon screamed and staggered back, shielding its misshapen head with its hands. I'm gonna give you the pacifier back. You're holding on to it, huh? Jace put a hand on his unharmed throat, staring in disbelief as the demon crumpled, howling to the floor. He's falling asleep. That's what's going on. He's fighting it. Oh, I'm tipping. Yeah. I know. I know. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think I got that settled. He is on his way to asleep. He is like asleep, but like I'm not gonna give it like 100, but he is asleep. So he is legitimately sleeping the day away. Actually, really surprised he got tired again, but that's okay. Okay. Clary half expected it to burst into flames, but instead it began to fold in on itself. Its legs collapsed toward its torso, its skull crumpling like burned paper, and within the span of a minute it had vanished entirely, leaving only scorch marks behind. ... Damn it, there was such a gap already there. Okay. Simon lowered the bow. He was blinking behind his glasses, his mouth slightly open. He looked as astonished as Clary felt. Jace laid on the stairs where the demon had thrown him. He was struggling to sit up as Clary slid down the steps and fell to her knees beside him. Jace. I'm all right. He sat up, wiping blood from his mouth. He coughed and spit red. Alec. Your steel, she interrupted, reaching for her pocket. Do you need it to fix yourself? He looked at her. The sunlight pouring through the shattered skylight lit his face. He looked as if he were holding himself back from something with a terrible effort. I'm all right, he said again, and pushed her aside, none too gently. He got to his feet, staggered, and nearly fell, the first ungraceful thing she'd ever seen him do. Alec. Clary watched him as he limped across the foyer toward his unconscious friend. Then she zipped the mortal cup into the pocket of her hoodie and got to her feet. Isabel had crawled to her brother's side and was cradling his head in her lap, stroking his hair. His chest rose and fell, slowly, but he was breathing. Simon leaned against the wall watching them, looking utterly drained. Clary squeezed his hand as she passed him. Thank you, she whispered. That was amazing. Don't thank me, he said. Thank the archery program at Benai Barith summer camp. Simon, I don't... Clary, it was Jace calling her. Bring my steel. Simon let her go reluctantly. She knelt down next to the shadow hunters, the mortal cup thumping heavily against her side. Alec's face was white, freckled with drops of blood, his eyes unnaturally blue. His grip on Jace's wrist left bloody smears. "Did I?" He started, then seemed to see Clary, as if for the first time. There was something in his look she hadn't expected. Triumph. "Did I kill it?" Jace's face twisted painfully. "You?" "Yes," Clary said. "It's dead." Alec looked at her and laughed. Blood bubbled up in his mouth. Jace pulled his wrist free, touching his fingers to either side of Alec's face. "Don't," he said. "Hold still. Just hold still." Alex closed his eyes. "Do what you have to," he whispered. Isabel held her steel up to Jace. "Take it." He nodded and drew the tip of the steel down the front of Alec's shirt. The material parted as if he'd sliced it with a knife. Isabel watched him through frantic eyes as he yanked the shirt open, leaving Alec's chest bare. His skin was very white, marked here and there with old translucent scars. There were other injuries there too. A darkening lattice of claw marks, each hole red and oozing. Jaw set, Jace set the steel on Alec's skin, moving it back and forth with the ease of long practice. But there was something wrong. Even as he drew the healing marks, they seemed to vanish as if they were writing on water. Jace threw the steel aside. "Damn it!" Isabel's voice was shrill. "What's going on?" "It cut him with its talons," Jace said. "There's demon poison in them. The marks won't work." He touched Alec's face again, gently. "Alec," he said, "can you hear me?" Alec didn't move. The shadows under his eyes looked blue, as dark as bruises. If it weren't for his breathing, Clary would have thought he was already dead. Isabel bent her head, her hair covering Alec's face. Her arms were around him. "Maybe," she whispered, "we could—" "Take him to the hospital?" It was Simon, standing over them, the bow dangling in his hands. "I'll help you carry him to the van. There's a Methodist down on 7th Avenue. "No hospitals," said Isabel. "We need to get him to the institute." "But—" "They won't know how to treat him in a hospital," said Jace. "He's been cut by a greater demon. No mundane doctor would know how to heal those wounds." Simon nodded. "All right, let's get him to the car." In a stroke of good luck, the van hadn't been towed. Isabel dropped a dirty blanket across the back seat and they laid Alec down across it, his head on Isabel's lap. Jace crouched down on the floor beside his friend. His shirt was stained dark across the sleeves and chest with blood, demon and human. When he looked at Simon, Clary saw that the old gold seemed washed out of his eyes by something she had never seen in them before. Panic. "Drive fast, mundane," he said. "Drive like hell was following you." Simon drove. ... Okay. They careened down Flatbush and rocketed onto the bridge, keeping pace with the Q train as it roared over the blue water. The sun was painfully bright in Clary's eyes, striking hot sparks off the river. She clutched at her seat as Simon took the curving ramp off the bridge at 50 miles an hour. She thought about the awful things she'd said to Alec, the way he'd thrown himself at Abaddon, the look of triumph on his face. When she turned her head now, she saw Jace kneeling next to his friend as blood seeped through the blanket. She thought of the little boy with the dead falcon. To love is to destroy. Clary turned back around, a hard lump lodged in the back of her throat. Isabel was visible in the badly angled rearview mirror, wrapping the blanket around Alec's throat. She looked up and met Clary's eyes. "How much farther?" "Maybe 10 minutes. Simon's driving as fast as he can." "I know," Isabel said. "Simon, what you did, that was incredible. You moved so fast. I wouldn't have thought a mundane could have thought of something like that." Simon didn't seem fazed by praise from such an unexpected quarter. His eyes were on the road. "You mean shooting out the skylight?" "It hit me after you guys went inside. I was thinking about the skylight and how you said demons can't stand direct sun. So actually, it took me a while to act on it. Don't feel bad," he added. "You can't even see the skylight unless you know it's there." I knew it was there, Clary thought. I should have acted on it. Even if I didn't have a bow and arrow like Simon, I could have thrown something at it or told Jace about it. She felt stupid and useless and thick, as though her head were full of cotton. The truth was, she'd been frightened, too frightened to think straight. She felt a bright surge of shame that burst toward her eyelids like a small sun. Jace spoke then. "It was well done," he said. Simon's eyes narrowed. "So if you don't mind telling me that thing, the demon, where did it come from?" "It was Madame Dorothea," said Clary. "I mean, it was sort of her." "She was never exactly a pin-up, but I don't remember her looking that bad." "I think she was possessed," said Clary slowly, trying to piece it together in her own mind. "She wanted me to give her the cup. Then she opened the portal." "It was clever," said Jace. "The demon possessed her, then hid the majority of its ethereal form just outside the portal, where the sensor couldn't register it. So we went in expecting to fight a few Forsaken. Instead, we found ourselves facing a greater demon, Abaddon, one of the ancients, the Lord of the Fallen." "Well, it looks like the Fallen will just have to learn to get along without him from now on," said Simon, turning onto the street. "He's not dead," Isabel said. "Hardly anyone's ever killed a greater demon. You have to kill them in their physical and ethereal forms before they'll die. We just scared him off." "Oh," Simon looked disappointed. "What about Madame Dorothea? Will she be all right now that—" He broke off because Alec had begun to choke, his breath rattling in his chest. Jace swore under his breath with vicious precision. "Why aren't we there yet?" "We are here. I just don't want to crash into a wall." As Simon pulled up carefully at the corner, Clary saw that the door of the Institute was open, Hodge standing framed in the arch. The van jerked to a halt, and Jace leaped out, reaching back to lift Alec as he weighed no more than a child. Isabel followed him up the walk, holding her brother's bloody feather staff, the Institute door slamming shut behind them. Tiredness washed over her. Clary looked at Simon. "I'm sorry. I don't know how we're going to explain all that blood to Eric." "Screw Eric," he said with conviction. "Are you all right?" "Not a scratch. Everyone else got hurt, but not me." "It's their job, Clary," he said gently. "Fighting demons. It's what they do, not what you do." There's a cat in here. There's a cat in the crib. "What do I do, Simon?" she asked, searching for his face for an answer. "What do I do?" "Well, you got the cup," he said, "didn't you?" She nodded and tapped her pocket. "Yes." He looked relieved. "I almost didn't want to ask," he said. "That's good, right?" "It is," she said. She thought of her mother, and her hand tightened on the cup. "I know it is." Church met her at the top of the Church met her at the top of the stairs, yowling like a foghorn, and led her to the infirmary. The double doors were open, and through them she could see Alec's still figure, motionless on one of the white beds. Hodge was bent over him. Isabel, beside the older man, held a silver tray in her hands. Jace was not with them. He was not with them because he was standing outside the infirmary, leaning against the wall, his bare, bloody hands curled at his sides. When Clary stopped in front of him, his lids flew open, and she saw that the pupils of his eyes were dilated, all the gold swallowed up in black. "How is he?" she asked, as gently as she could. "He's lost a lot of blood. Demon poisonings are common, but since it was a greater demon, Hodge isn't sure if the antidotes he usually employs will be viable." She reached out to touch his arm. "Jace," he flinched away. "Don't." She sucked in a breath. "I never would have wanted anything to happen to Alec. I'm so sorry." He looked at her as if seeing her there for the first time. "It's not your fault," he said. "It's mine." "Yours?" "Jace, no it isn't." "Oh, but it is," he said, his voice as fragile as the sliver of ice. "Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa." "What does that mean?" "My fault," he said. "My own fault, my most grievous fault. It's Latin." He brushed a lock of her hair back from her forehead absently, as if unaware he was doing it. "Part of the Mass." "I thought you didn't believe in religion." "I may not believe in sin," he said, "but I do feel guilt. We shadow hunters live by a code, and that code isn't flexible. Honor, fault, penance, those are real to us, and they have nothing to do with religion and everything to do with who we are. That is who I am, Clary," he said desperately. "I am one of the clave. It is my blood and bones. So tell me, if you're sure this wasn't my fault, Why is it that the first thought in my mind when I saw Abaddon wasn't for my fellow warriors, but for you? His other hand came up. He was holding her face, prisoned between his palms. I know. I knew. Alec wasn't acting like himself. I knew something was wrong, but all I could think about was you. He bent his head forward so that their foreheads touched. She could feel his breast stir her eyelashes. She closed her eyes, letting the nearness of him wash over her like a tide. If he dies, it will be like I killed him, he said. I let my father die, and now I've killed the only brother I've ever had. It's not true, she whispered. Yes, it is. They were close enough to kiss, and still he held her tightly, as if nothing could reassure him that she was real. Clary, he said, what's happening to me? She searched her mind for an answer, and heard someone clear his throat. She opened her eyes. Hodge stood by the infirmary door, his neat suit stained with patches of rust. I have done what I can. He is sedated, not in pain, but... He shook his head. I must contact the Silent Brothers. This is beyond my abilities. Jace drew slowly away from Clary. How long will it take them to get here? I don't know. Hodge stared down the corridor, shaking his head. I'll send Hugo immediately, but the brothers come at their own discretion. But for this, even Jace was scrambling to keep up with Hodge's long strides. Clary had fallen hopelessly behind the two of them, and had to strain her ears to hear what he was saying. He might die otherwise. He might, was all Hodge said in response. The library was dark and smelled like rain. One of the windows had been left open, and a puddle of water had collected under the curtains. Hugo chirped and bounced on his perch as Hodge strode over to him, pausing only to light the lamp on his desk. It is a pity, Hodge said, reaching for the paper and a fountain pen, that you did not retrieve the cup. It would, I think, bring some comfort to Alec, and certainly to his... But I did retrieve the cup, said Clary, amazed. Didn't you tell him, Jace? Jace was blinking. Though whether it was because of surprise or the sudden light, Clary couldn't tell. There wasn't time. I was bringing Alec upstairs. Hodge had gone very still, the pen motionless between his fingers. You have the cup. Yes. Clary drew the cup out of her pocket. It was still cold, as if contact with her body could not warm the metal. The rubies winked like red eyes. I have it here. The pen slipped from Hodge's hand entirely and struck the floor at his feet. The lamplight, thrown upward, was not kind to his ravaged face. It showed every etched line of harshness and worry and despair. That is the angel's cup. The one, said Jace. It was... Never mind that now, said Hodge. He set the paper down on the desk and moved toward Jace, catching his student by the shoulders. Jace Wayland, do you know what you have done? Jace looked up at Hodge, surprised. Clary noted that the contrast, the ravaged face of the old man and the boy's unlined one, the pale locks of hair falling into Jace's eyes, making him look even younger. I'm not sure what you mean, Jace said. Hodge's breath hissed out through his teeth. You look so much like him. Like who? Said Jace in astonishment. He had clearly never heard Hodge talk this way before. Like your father, Hodge said, and raised his eyes to where Hugo, black wings stirring the humid air, hovered just overhead. Hodge narrowed his eyes. Hugin, he said, and with an unearthly caw, the bird dived straight for Clary's face, claws outstretched. The fuck? What? What? Clary heard Jace shout, and then the world was whirling feathers and slashing beak and claws. Bright pain bloomed along her cheek, and she shrieked, instinctively throwing her hands up to cover her face. She felt the mortal cup yanked from her grasp. No, she cried, grabbing for it. An agonizing pain shot up her arm. Her legs seemed to go out from under her. She slipped and fell, striking her knees painfully against the hard floor. Claws raked her forehead. That's enough, Hugo, said Hodge in his quiet voice. Obediently, the bird spun away from Clary. Gagging, she blinked blood out of her eyes. Her face felt shredded. Hodge had not moved. He stood where he was, holding the mortal cup. Hugo was circling him in wide, agitated rounds, calling softly. And Jace lay on the floor at Hodge's feet, very still, as if he had fallen suddenly asleep. All other thoughts were driven from her mind. Jace! Speaking hurt, the pain in her cheek was startling, and she could taste blood in her mouth. Jace didn't move. "He's not hurt," said Hodge. Clary started to her feet, meaning to fling herself at him, then reeled back as she struck something invisible, but as hard and strong as glass. Infuriated, she struck against the air with her fist. "Hodge!" she shouted. She kicked out, nearly bruising her feet on the same invisible wall. "Don't be stupid! When the clave finds out what you've done—" "I'll be long gone by then," he said, kneeling over Jace. "But—" A shock ran through her, a jolt of electric realization. "You never sent a message to the clave, did you? That's why you were so weird when I asked you about it. You wanted the cup for yourself." "Not," said Hodge. "For myself." Clary's throat was dry as dust. "You work for Valentine," she whispered. "I do not work for Valentine," said Hodge. He lifted Jace's hand and drew something from it. It was the engraved ring Jace always wore. Hodge slipped it onto his own finger. "But I am Valentine's man. It is true." With a swift movement, he twisted the ring 3 times around his finger. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Clary heard the sound of a door opening and turned instinctively to see who was coming into the library. When she turned back, she saw that the air beside Hodge was shimmering, like the surface of a lake seen from a distance. The shimmering wall of air parted like a silver curtain, and then a tall man was standing next to Hodge, as if he had coalesced out of the humid air. "Starkweather," he said. "You have the cup?" Hodge raised the cup in his hands, but said nothing. He appeared paralyzed, whether with fear or astonishment, it was impossible to tell. He had always seemed tall to Clary, but now he looked hunched and small. "My Lord Valentine," he said finally, "I had not expected you so quickly." Valentine. He bore little resemblance to the handsome boy in the photograph, though his eyes were still black. His face was not what she had expected. It was restrained, closed, interior face, the face of a priest with sorrowful eyes. Creeping out beneath the black cuffs of his tailored suit were the rigid white scars that spoke of years of the steel. "I told you I would come to you through a portal," he said. His voice was resonant and strangely familiar. "Didn't you believe me?" "Yes, it's just I thought you'd send Pangborn or Blackwell, not come yourself." "You thought I would send them to collect the cup. I am not a fool, I know its lure." Valentine held out his hands, and Clary saw, gleaming on his finger, a ring that was the twin of Jace's. "Give it to me." But Hodge held the cup fast. "I want what you promised me first." "First? You don't trust me, Starkweather?" Valentine smiled, a smile not without humor in it. "I'll do as you asked. A bargain is a bargain. Though I must say I was astonished to get your message. I wouldn't have thought you'd mind a life of hidden contemplation, so to speak. I never were much for the battlefield." "You don't know what it's like," Hodge said, letting out his breath with a hissing gasp. "Being afraid all the time." "That's true. I don't." Valentine's voice was as sorrowful as his eyes, as if he pitied Hodge. But there was dislike in his eyes, too, a trace of scorn. "If you do not intend to give the cup to me," he said, "you should not have summoned me here." Hodge's face worked. "It is not easy to betray what you believe in, those who trust you." "Do you mean the Lightwoods, or their children?" "Both," said Hodge. "Ah, the Lightwoods." Valentine reached out, and with a hand caressed the brass globe that stood on the desk, his long fingers tracing the outlines of continents and seas. "But what do you owe them, really? Yours is a punishment that should have been theirs. If they had not had such high connections in the clave, they would have been cursed along with you. As it is, they are free to come and go, to walk in the sunlight like ordinary men. They are free to go home." His voice, as he said home, thrilled with all the meaning of the word. His finger had stopped moving over the globe. Clary was sure he was touching the place where Idris would be. Hodge's eyes darted away. They did what anyone would do. You would not have done it. I would not have done it, to let a friend suffer in my place, and surely it must engender some bitterness in you, Starkweather, to know that they so easily left this fate to you. Hodge's shoulders shook. Ooh. Oh, Whoa, I looked up and I lost it. Hodge's shoulders shook. But it is not the children's fault. They have done nothing. I never knew you to be so fond of children, Starkweather, Valentine said, as if the idea entertained him. The breath rattled in Hodge's chest. Jace. You will not speak of Jace. For the first time, Valentine sounded angry. He glanced at the still figure on the floor. He is bleeding, he observed. Why? Hodge held the cup against his heart. His knuckles were white. It's not his blood. He's unconscious, but not injured. Valentine raised his head with a pleasant smile. I wonder, he said, what he will think of you when he wakes. Betrayal is never pretty, but to betray a child, that's a double betrayal, don't you think? You won't hurt him, whispered Hodge. You swore you wouldn't hurt him. I never did that, said Valentine. Come now. You moved away from the desk. He moved away from the desk toward Hodge, who flinched away like a small, trapped animal. Clary could see his misery. And what would you do if I said I did plan to hurt him? Would you fight me? Keep the cup from me? Even if you could kill me, the clave will never lift your curse. You'll hide here till you die, terrified to do so much as open a window too widely. What wouldn't you trade away, not to be afraid any longer? What wouldn't you give up to go home again? Clary tore her eyes away. She could no longer bear the look on Hodge's face. In a choked voice he said, Tell me you won't hurt him, and I'll give it to you. No, said Valentine, even more softly. You'll give it to me anyway, and he reached out his hand. Hodge closed his eyes. For a moment his face was the face of one of the marble angels beneath the desk, painted in grove and crushed beneath a terrible weight. Then he swore, pathetically, under his breath, and held the mortal cup out for Valentine to take, though his hand shook like a leaf in a high wind. Thank you, said Valentine. He took the cup and eyed it thoughtfully. I do believe you've dented the rim. Hodge said nothing. His face was gray. Valentine bent down and gathered up Jace as he lifted him up lightly. Clary saw the impeccably cut jacket tighten over his arm and back, and she realized that he was a deceptively massive man, with a torso like the trunk of an oak tree. Jace, limp in his arms, looked like a child in comparison. He'll be with his father soon, said Valentine, looking down at Jace's white face, where he belongs. Hodge flinched. Valentine turned away from him and walked back toward the shimmering curtain of air that had come through. He must have left the portal door open behind him, Clary realized. Looking at it was like looking at sunlight bouncing off the surface of a mirror. Hodge reached out an imploring hand. Wait, he cried. What of your promise to me? You swore to end my curse. That is true, said Valentine. He paused and looked hard at Hodge, who gasped and stepped back, his hand flying to his chest as if something had struck him in the heart. Black fluid seeped out through his splayed fingers and trickled to the floor. Hodge lifted its scarred face to Valentine. Is it done? He asked wildly. The curse. Is it lifted? Yes, said Valentine, and may your bought freedom bring you joy. And with that he stepped through the curtain of glowing air. For a moment he himself seemed to shimmer, as if he had stood under water. Then he vanished, taking Jace with him. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember any of this. Okay. I need to take a bathroom break real quick. And then we'll finish this last chapter and then we'll be done. And then we can move on to gaming. Because I want to game tonight. Because I didn't yesterday. Because I wasn't feeling it. I hear you. Stop yelling at me. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I got a drink and a snack for after this next chapter. So once this chapter's done, we're done with our 100 pages today. So, it's the goal. I think page 322, and the end of this is at 385. So, okay, chapter 20. Chapter 20, in Rat's Alley. Hodge, gasping, stared after him, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides. His left hand was gloved with the wet, dark fluid that had seeped from his chest. The look on his face was a mixture of exultation and self-loathing. Hodge! Clary slammed her hand into the invisible wall between them. Pain shot up her arm, but it was nothing compared to the searing pain inside her chest. She felt as if her heart was going to slam its way out of her ribcage. Jace, Jace, Jace. The words echoed in her mind, wanting to be screamed out loud, but she bit them back. Hodge, let me out. Hodge turned, shaking his head. I can't, he said, using his immaculately folded handkerchief to rub a stained hand. He sounded genuinely regretful. You'll only try to kill me. I won't, she said. I promise. But you were not raised a shadow hunter, he said, and your promises mean nothing. The edge of his handkerchief was smoking now, as if he dipped it in acid, and his hand was no less blackened. Frowning, he abandoned the project. But Hodge, she said desperately, didn't you hear him? He's going to kill Jace. He didn't say that. Hodge was at the desk now, opening a drawer, taking out a piece of paper. He drew a pen from his pocket, tapping it sharply against the edge of the desk to make the ink flow. Clary stared at him. Was he writing a letter? Hodge, she said carefully. Valentine said Jace would be with his father soon. Jace's father is dead. What else could he have meant? Hodge didn't look up from the paper he was scribbling on. It's complicated. You wouldn't understand. I understand enough. Her bitterness felt like it might burn through her tongue. I understand that Jace trusted you and you traded him away to a man who hated his father and probably hates Jace too, just because you're too cowardly to live with a curse you deserved. Hodge's head jerked up. Is that what you think? It's what I know. He laid his pen down, shaking his head. He laid his pen down, shaking his head. He looked tired and so old, so much older than Valentine had looked, though they were the same age. You only know bits and fragments, Clary, and you're better off that way. He folded the paper he'd been writing on into a neat square and tossed it into the fire, which flared up a bright acidic green before subsiding. What are you doing? Clary demanded. Sending a message. Hodge turned away from the fire. He was standing close to her, separated only by the invisible wall. She pressed her fingers against it, wishing she could dig them into his eyes, though they were as sad as Valentine's had been angry. You are young, he said. The past is nothing to you, not even another country as it is to the old, or a nightmare as it is to the guilty. The Clave laid this curse on me because I aided Valentine, but I was hardly the only member of the circle to serve him. Were the Lightwoods not as guilty as I was? Were not the Waylands? Yet I was the only one cursed to live out my life without being able to set so much as a foot outdoors, not as much as a hand through the window. That's not my fault, said Clary. It's not Jace's fault. Why punish him for what the Clave did? I don't understand giving the cup to Valentine. But Jace? He'll kill Jace, just like he killed Jace's father. Valentine, said Hodge, did not kill Jace's father. A sob broke free from Clary's chest. I don't believe you. All you do is tell lies. Everything you ever said was a lie. Ah, he said, the moral absolutism of the young, which allows for no concessions. Can't you see, Clary? that in my own way I'm trying to be a good man. She shook her head. It doesn't work that way. The good things you do don't cancel out the bad ones. But, she bit her lip, if you told me where Valentine was. No, he breathed the word. It is said that the Nephilim are the children of men and angels, and all that this angelic heritage has given us is a longer distance to fall. He touched the invisible surface of the wall with his fingertips. You were not raised as one of us. You have no part of this life of scars and killing. You can still get away. Leave the Institute, Clary, as soon as you can. Leave and never come back. She shook her head. I can't, she said. I can't do that. Then you have my condolences, he said, and walked out of the room. ... The door closed behind Hodge, leaving Clary in silence. There was only her own harsh breathing and the scrabble of her fingertips against the ungiving, transparent barrier between her and the door. She did exactly what she told herself she wouldn't do, and flung herself against it, again and again, until she was exhausted and her sides ached, when she sank to the floor and tried not to cry. Somewhere on the other side of this barrier, Alec was dying, while Isabel waited for Hodge to come and save him. Somewhere beyond this room, Jace was being shaken roughly awake by Valentine. Somewhere her mother's chances were ebbing away, moment by moment, second by second, and she was trapped here, as useless and helpless as the child she was. She sat bolt upright then, remembering the moment at Madame Dorothea's when Jace had pressed the steel into her hand. Had she given it back to him? Holding her breath, she felt in her left jacket pocket. It was empty. Slowly, her hand crept into her right pocket, her sweaty fingers picking up lint and then skidding across something hard, smooth, and round. The steel. She bounded to her feet, her heart pounding, and felt with her left hand for the invisible wall. Finding it, she braced herself, inching the tip of the steel forward with her other hand until it rested against the smooth, level air. Already, an image was forming in her mind, like a fish rising up through cloudy water, the pattern of its scales growing clearer and clearer as it neared the surface. Slowly at first, and then more confidently, she moved the steel across the wall, leaving searingly bright ash-white lines hovering in the air before her. She felt when the rune was done, and lowered her hand, breathing hard. For a moment, everything was motionless and silent, and the rune hung like glowing neon, burning her eyes. Then came a sound like the loudest shattering she had ever heard, as if she were standing under a waterfall of stones, listening to them crash to the ground all around her. The rune she had drawn turned black and sifted away like ash. The floor trembled under her feet. Then it was over, and she knew, without a doubt, that she was free. Still holding the steel, she raced to the window and pushed the curtain aside. Twilight was falling, and the streets below were bathed in a reddish-purple glow. She caught a clear glimpse of Hodge crossing a street, his gray head bobbing above the crowd. She dashed out of the library and down the stairs, pausing only to shove the steel back into her jacket pocket. She took the stairs running and hit the street with a stitch already forming in her side. People walking their dogs in the humid twilight jumped aside as she barreled down the walkway alongside the East River. She caught her sight of herself in the darkened window of the apartment building as she careened around a corner. Her sweaty hair was plastered to her forehead, her face crusted with dry blood. She reached the intersection where she had seen Hodge. For a moment she thought she'd lost him. She darted through the crowd near the subway entrance. Gotta fight the baby. I don't know how long he's gonna stay asleep.
irritating, but it's fine.
I shifted you. Maybe that'll help. She darted through the crowd near the subway entrance, shouldering people aside, using her knees and elbows as weapons. Sweaty and bruised, Clary pulled free of the crowd just in time to see a flash of tweed suit disappear around the corner of a narrow service alley between two buildings. She wiggled around a dumpster and into the mouth of the alley. The back of her throat felt like a burning every time she breathed. Though it had been twilight on the street, I'll probably feed him. Oh, what is it? Though it had been twilight on the street, here in the alley it was as dark as nightfall. She could just see Hodge standing at the far end of the alley, where it dead-ended in the back of a fast food restaurant. Restaurant trash was piled outside. I'm just trying to finish. Reading, babies. I really am. I'm just trying to finish. She wriggled around it. Oh, I already did that. Restaurant trash was piled outside, heaping bags of food, dirty paper plates, and plastic cutlery that crunched unpleasantly under his boots as he turned to look at her. She remembered a poem she'd read in English class. I think we are in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lose their bones. You followed me, he said. You shouldn't have. I'll leave you alone if you just tell me where Valentine is. I can't do that, he said. You'll know I told you, and my freedom will be as short as my life. It will be anyway when the Clave finds out that you gave the mortal cup to Valentine, Clary pointed out, after tricking us into finding it for you. How could you live with yourself, knowing that he plans to do with it? He cut her off with a short laugh. I fear Valentine more than the Clave, and so would you if you were wise, he said. He would have found the cup eventually, whether it helped him or not. And you don't care that he's going to use it to kill children. A spasm crossed his face as he took a step forward. She saw something shine in his hand. Does all this really matter to you this much? I told you before, she said. I can't just walk away. That's too bad, he said, and she saw him raise his arm, and remembered suddenly Jay saying that Hodge's weapon had been the chakram, the flying disc. She ducked even before she saw the bright circle of metal spin singing toward her head. It passed, humming, inches from her face, and embedded itself in the metal fire escape on her left. She looked up. Hodge was gazing at her, the second metal disc held lightly in his right hand. You can still run, he said. Instinctively, she raised her hands. The logic told her the chakram would just slice them to pieces. Hodge. Something hurtled in front of her, something big, gray, black, and alive. She heard Hodge shout in horror, stumbling backward. Clary saw the thing more clearly as it paced between her and Hodge. It was a wolf, 6 feet in length, with a jet-black coat shot through with a single stripe of gray. Hodge, the metal disc gripped in his hand, was white as a bone. You, he breathed, and with a sense of distant astonishment, Clary realized he was talking to the wolf. I thought that you had fled. The wolf's lips drew back from its teeth, and she saw its lolling red tongue. There was hatred in its eyes, and it looked at Hodge, a pure and human hatred. Did you come for me or for the girl? Said Hodge, sweat streaming from his temples, but his hand was steady. The wolf paced toward him, growling low in his throat. There's still time, said Hodge. Valentine would take you back. With a howl, the wolf sprang. Hodge cried out, and then there was a flash of silver and a sickening noise as the chakra embedded itself in the wolf's side. The wolf reared back on its hind legs, and Clary saw the disc's edge jutting from the wolf's fur, blood streaming just as it struck Hodge. Hodge screamed as he went down, the wolf's jaws clamping shut over his shoulder. Blood flew into the air like the spray of paint from a broken can, splattering the cement wall with red. The wolf lifted its head from the tutor's limp body and turned its gray, lupine gaze on Clary, teeth dripping scarlet. She didn't scream. There was no air in her lungs that she could have dragged up to make a sound. She scrambled to her feet and ran for the mouth of the alley and for the familiar neon lights of the street, ran for the safety of the real world. She could hear the wolf growling behind her, feel its hot breath on her bare back, the bare backs of her legs. She put on one last burst of speed, flinging herself toward the street. The wolf's jaws closed on her leg, jerking her backwards. Just before her head struck the hard pavement, plunging her into blackness, she discovered that she did have enough air to scream, after all. Ooh, Ada baby is so cute. Thank you. Thank you. It's hard. He smiles. It's a struggle streaming with him, but he's here and I love him and we're still streaming, so. The sound of dripping water woke her. Slowly, Clary peeled her eyes open. There wasn't much to see. You watching me read? There wasn't much to see. She lay on a wide cot that had been placed on the floor of a small, dingy-walled room. There was a rickety table propped against one wall. On it was a cheap-looking brass candle holder, supporting a fat red candle that cast the only light in the room. The ceiling was cracked and damp, wetness seeping down through the fissures in the stone. Clary felt a vague sense that something was missing from the room, but this concern was overwhelmed by the strong smell of wet dog. She sat up and immediately wished she hadn't. Hot pain drove through her head like a spike, followed by a racking wave of nausea. If there had been anything in her stomach, she would have thrown it up. A mirror hung over the cot, dangling from a nail driven between two stones. She glanced in it and was appalled. No wonder her face hurt. Long, parallel scratches ran from the corner of her right eye down the edge to her mouth. Her right cheek was crusted with blood, and blood was smeared on her neck and all down the front of her shirt and jacket. In a sudden panic, she grabbed her pocket, then realized the steel was still there. It was then that she realized what was odd about the room. One wall of it was bars, thick iron floor-to-ceiling bars. She was in a jail cell. Veins surging with adrenaline, Clary staggered to her feet. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she caught at the table to steady herself. I will not faint, she told herself grimly. Then she heard the footsteps. Someone was coming down the hallway outside the cell. Clary backed up against the table. It was a man. He was carrying a lamp, its light brighter than the candle, which made her blink and turn him into a black-lit shadow. She saw height, square shoulders, ragged hair. It was only when he pushed the door of the cell open and came inside that she realized who he was. He looked the same. Worn jeans, denim shirt, work boots, some uneven hair, some glasses pushed down to the bridge of his nose. The scars she'd noticed along the side of his throat last time she'd seen him were healing patches of shiny skin now. Luke. It was all too much for Clary. Exhaustion, lack of sleep and food, terror and blood loss caught up with her in a rushing wave. She felt her knees buckle as she slid toward the ground. In seconds, Luke was across the room. He moved so fast she didn't have time to hit the floor before he caught her, swinging her up the way he'd done when she was a little girl. He set her down on the cot and stepped back, eyes anxious. "Clary?" he said, reaching for her. "Are you tired of sitting here with Mama? That's fine." Oh, where was I? He said, reaching for her. "Are you all right?" She flinched away, throwing up her hands to ward him off. "Don't touch me." I know. I really would like to finish this, and then I can feed you, and we can move on. I got, 6 pages. 6 pages, babies. She flinched away, throwing up her hands to ward him off. "Don't touch me." Oh my goodness, babies. An expression of profound hurt crossed his face. Warily, he drew a hand across his forehead. I guess I deserve that. Yeah, you do. The look on his face was troubled. I don't expect you to trust me. That's good, because I don't. Clary. He began to pace the length of the cell. What I did, I don't expect you to understand. I know you feel that I abandoned you. You did abandon me, she said. You told me never to call you again. You never cared about me. You never cared about my mother. You lied about everything. No, not, he said, about everything. So your name really is Luke Garraway? His shoulders dropped perceptibly. No, he said, then glanced down. A dark red patch was spreading across the front of his blue denim shirt. Clary sat up straight. Is that blood? She demanded. She forgot for a moment to be furious. Yes, said Luke, his hand against his side. The wound must have torn open when I lifted you up. What wound? Clary couldn't help asking. He said with deliberation, Hodge's discs are still sharp, though his throwing arm is not what it once was. I think you may have nicked a rib. Hodge? Clary said. When did you... He looked at her, not saying anything, and she remembered suddenly the wolf in the alley, all black except for that one gray streak down its side, and she remembered the disc hitting it, and she realized. You're a werewolf. Oh, excuse you. Oh, goodness. He took his hand away from his shirt. His fingers were stained red. Yep, he said laconically. He moved to the wall and rapped sharply on it, once, twice, 3 times. Then he turned back to her. I am. You killed Hodge, she said, remembering. No, he shook his head. I hurt him pretty badly, I think. But when I went back for the body, it was gone. He must have dragged himself away. You tore at his shoulder, she said. I saw you. Yes, though it's worth noting that he was trying to kill you at the time. Did he hurt anyone else? Clary sank her teeth into her lip. She tasted blood, but it was old blood from where Hugo had attacked her. Jace, she said in a whisper. Hodge knocked him out and handed him over to Valentine. To Valentine, Luke said, looking astonished. I knew Hodge had given Valentine the mortal cut, but I hadn't realized. How did you know that? Clary began, before remembering. You heard me talking to Hodge in the alley, she said, before you jumped him. I jumped him, as you put it, because he was about to slice your head off, Luke said, and then looked up at the cell door opening again, and a tall man came in, followed by a tiny woman, so short she looked like a child. Both of them wore plain, casual clothes, jeans and cotton shirts, and both had the same untidy, flyaway hair. Wow. I am irritated with you. I'm just trying to finish these couple pages. Just a couple pages left, Bebes. Just a couple pages left. If you can't be good and Daddy's not back, I'm not gonna be able to keep going. Oh my goodness. You smell like you need your diaper changed. Yes, you do. You smell like you need diaper changed. Can I get through these rest of the pages? Almost. Ooh. Almost. Ooh. Both had the same young faces, unlined but with tired eyes. Clary, said Luke. Meet my second and third, Gretel and Alaric. Alaric inclined his massive head to her. We have met. Clary stared, alarmed. We have? At the Hotel du Mort, he said. You put your knife in my ribs. She shrank against the wall. I'm sorry? Don't be, he said. It was an excellent throw. He slid a hand into his breast pocket and removed Jace's dagger. With its winking red eye, he held it out to her. I think this is yours. Ooh, wow. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Love it. Love it. We do the reading stream every Saturday. Just to let you know. So, I try to at least. Okay. Wordlessly, she took it. Luke was chuckling under his breath. In retrospect, he said, perhaps the raid on Dumort was not as well planned as it... In retrospect, perhaps the raid on I lost my southern accent. Perhaps the raid on Dumort was not as well planned as it might have been. I had set a group of my wolves to watch you and go after you if you seemed to be in any danger. When you went into the Dumort... Jason and I could have handled it. Clary slid the dagger into her belt. Gretel aimed a tolerant smile at her. Is that what you summoned us for, sir? Oh! 2 pages. 2 pages. Give me 2 pages. No, said Luke. He touched aside. My wounds opened up, and Clary here has some injuries of her own that could use a bit of tending. If you wouldn't mind getting the supplies. Gretel inclined her head. I will return with the healing kit, she said, and left. A lyric trailing her like an outsized shadow? She called you sir, said Clary, the moment the cell door closed behind them. What do you mean by your second and your third? Second and third what? In command, said Luke slowly. I am the leader of this particular wolf pack. That's why Gretel called me sir. Believe me, it took a fair bit of work to break her of the habit of calling me master. Did my mother know? Know what? That you're a werewolf. Yes, she's known since it happened. Neither of you, of course, thought to mention this to me. I would have told you, said Luke, but your mother was adamant that you know nothing of shadow hunters, or the shadow world. I couldn't explain away my being a werewolf as some kind of isolated incident, Clary. It's all part of the larger pattern that your mother didn't want you to see and didn't know what you've learned. Oh, I don't know what you've learned. A lot, Clary said flatly. I know their mother was a shadow hunter. I know she was married to Valentine and that she stole the mortal cut from him and went into hiding. I know that after she had me, she took me to Magnus Bane every 2 years to have my sight taken away. I know that when Valentine tried to get you to tell him where the cup was in exchange for my mom's life, you told him that she didn't matter to you. Luke stared at the wall. I didn't know where the cup was, he said. She'd never told me. You could have tried to bargain. Valentine doesn't bargain. He never has. If the advantage isn't his, he won't even come to the table. It's entirely single-minded and totally without compensation, and though he may have loved your mother once, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. No, I wasn't going to bargain with Valentine. So you just decided to abandon her? Clary demanded furiously. You're the leader of a whole pack of werewolves, and you just decided she didn't even really need your help? You know, it was bad enough when I thought you were another shadow hunter and you turned your back on her because of some stupid shadow hunter vow or something. But now I know you're just slimy downworlder who didn't even care that all those years she treated you like a friend, like an equal, and this is how you paid her back. Listen to you, Luke said quietly. You sound like a lightwood. She narrowed her eyes. Don't talk about Alec and Isabel like you know them. I meant their parents, said Luke, whom I did know, very well in fact, when we were all shadow hunters together.
Oh, that's my hair. Oh my goodness, that's my hair. That's my baby hairs. Oh, 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 ha ha. Ow. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. Ow. Ow. She felt her lips part in the surprise. I know you were in the circle, but how did you keep them from finding out you were a werewolf? Didn't they know? No, said Luke, because I wasn't born a werewolf. I was made one, and I can already see that if you're going to be persuaded to listen to anything, I have to say you're going to have to hear the whole story. It's a long tale, but I think I have time for it. There! Mama's done! Mama's done! Boom! 100 pages. Technically it was 105, because I started at 280 and finished on 385. Look at that. Look at that. Not with any help from you, mister. So, I think it's time for me to get off. Yep, because you're not going to let me just keep playing and go play my game, because I know you need to eat. And Mama needs to eat something. Oh, you just coughed in my face. You just coughed in my face. The back of your head looks crazy on stream. Oh my goodness. Oh, I gotta change him. I gotta feed him. I gotta love him. I gotta eat. So I'll probably, I don't know when the frick my husband's coming back. So, excuse me, if he comes back at a reasonable time, I will probably be back on later playing some WoW. If not, I'll be on tomorrow morning playing WoW. But I will have this little guy in the morning. Hopefully he'll sleep in the morning like he did this morning. And then we can play. And Dad can take him. Or I take him to Amy's. We'll see. So, yeah. Yeah, you too. Thank you for the follow and have a good night. Hope to see you around in the future streams. Oh, he opened a book. You opened a book. Look at that. He's gonna be a reader, like his mommy. Yeah, huh. Just you can't put it in your mouth. Woohoo, library book. Woohoo, library book. Woohoo, this is a library book. Okay. Book gets taken away. Okay. Have a good night, guys.